It's time for round 6 of the U.S. Championships. Um, so, last round, A Wonder Liang gave us quite a shocking game, I would say, right? Against Aronian. Aronian definitely contributed to that game in the sense that he was willing to start a big fight. He played very aggressively as black. Really, in a sense, disrespecting. I know that's been like a buzzword here this week, but even without that, it's what I would say. Not in the normal like mean way. Not like he has no respect for A Wonder Liang as a player, but he really disrespected the opening idea that A Wonder brought by responding aggressively as if you're trying to refute it, right? Now, let me be clear. That's not a bad thing. When your opponent plays something that you think is bad, you are supposed to respond to it, quote unquote, disrespectfully, right? You're supposed to try to refute moves that you think are bad. It's a mistake at a GM level to just continue simply or calmly or safely if you think your opponent is committing violations. Okay? So when I say that Aronian treated A Wonder's opening disrespectfully, that's sort of appropriate because, the opening is an opening that's supposed to be bad for 150 years. People have sort of known that. So to some degree it made sense. It was not the approach that I would have taken, and in hindsight it seems like it wasn't a good approach, but it was really logical. In this particular case, it doesn't seem to have worked out. So anyway, A Wonder gave us an incredible game last round, and so I thought today we might follow A Wonder's next game. He's playing against Chris Yu today, and he's in the lower right corner here. What we're going to do is we're going to start off by surveying the 7 boards like this. I know they're a bit small, and it's kind of like squinty and hard to follow. You need a big screen to be able to make out these positions. But if I full screen this, I can definitely see all the positions. So hopefully you can see them enough for us to sort of just discuss, who's in first, who's in second, what opening are they playing, and all that kind of stuff. And then we'll be moving into a different view that's going to take us really in depth into a game like this, and you'll be able to follow in more detail and focus in. But let's have a look around at what's going on here, and then we're going to be looking at A Wonder. And I like MD Knight's comment, the Prodigy Bowl, right? Because we started off the tournament following Hans Niemann, right? The big story in chess. And then, by surprise, after 3 rounds, Chris Yu, 15 years old, the youngest player in the tournament, second lowest rated, is tied for first place. And we're saying, like, what is going on? Chris Yu winning 2 games in a row. Let's follow this guy. What is this story? And now A Wonder Liang has taken out Aronian. And A Wonder is somebody who I, on a previous broadcast, mentioned is like not playing that much. And Jesse said, not playing that much. I saw him at this, I saw him at that. I said, well, by A Wonder standards, he's not playing that much. He's going to university and he's attending classes, and he's told me he's not playing as much. So A Wonder is somebody who I don't think anyone would have named as a dark horse coming into this tournament. I don't think anybody was talking about him, just like nobody's talking about Ray Robson at this tournament, right? At some other tournament or in some other age, Ray Robson might have been a big conversation. But there's just so much going on right now that Robson or Wonder just wouldn't be the focus, wouldn't be the story here. You would just think this tournament, the level's so high, the players are so professional, the opening work is so intense. You wouldn't think somebody who's kind of a full-time student would come in here and, be able to go toe-to-toe with Aronian, So, Caruana, Neiman. Sevian is super full-time, newly anointed super GM this year. Jeffrey Xiong, Sam Shanklin. Like, you wouldn't think that a Wonder would be going toe-to-toe with them. But I'm excited with what he's done in the first 5 rounds of this tournament. So let's see how he does today. And also, he's playing Chris Yu, so we get to see sort of a youngster versus youngster matchup. So that's one of the first places I want to start looking today. But let's quickly check out these openings and see if that is actually a good selection or if we're going to change our minds when we see what the opening options are. So starting upper left, Wesley So with white against Lanier Dominguez. Symmetrical English. Double Fianchetto from black early on looks very, very safe for black. Hard for white to play this d4 move because black would take on d4 with the knight. Hard for white to get control of d4, period. Wesley playing a3 like he's maybe going to play b4. Yeah, the opening looks like black, early on got a pretty safe hold on the game, and you're going to have to do long maneuvering before you can get into battle, right? Basically, chess openings, for the most part, to my mind, have two... Well, you can break them down into subcategories, but to me, there's 2 main types of chess openings. One is combative ones, and the other is maneuvering ones. So it's either ones where you're immediately coming to grips and fighting over a pair of central squares, which would be a lot of openings you fight over e4, d5. Other openings you fight over d4, e5. And usually the player, and so there's a set of openings that usually the 2 players sort of come to grips with each other immediately in some kind of clash like that, right? And then the other kind of opening you have are sort of maneuvering openings like the London system, the symmetrical Englishes, where the players are not contesting the same squares as each other. So for example, I can give you another example actually. Do we have one here? The boards are flip-flopping around a little bit, but let me see if I can grab one for you for a second to show the point. If you look at an opening like this, in this position, black is not contesting d4, e5, and white is not particularly contesting d5, e4 at the moment, right? It's like black says, yes, you've got d4, e5. They're your squares, right? But I get these 2 squares. And at the moment, white's not disagreeing. They're letting black have it. Now, we know with this bishop and this pawn, if white brings the knight and plays e4, okay, it could go there at some point soon. But white also has the option not to do that, right? White could play knight d2, knight e5, knight d to f3. White could play b3, knight c3, knight a4, rook c. There are ways to just sort of keep maneuvering for a while. White doesn't have to throw it at black, though. They probably will in this one, right? So broadly speaking, I categorize chess openings as being either immediately combative, right, or maneuvering. So what we had in the upper left-hand corner, which has now moved over here to the 3rd board, is maneuvering. You're almost more likely to trade pieces than pawns, right? Especially after this knight d4 move. Dominguez wants knight takes d4, bishop g2, king g2, take back on d4. 2 pieces off the board before any pawns are gone, right? So there's not that tactical fighting. There's not much scope for the rooks and bishops yet. Man, if they could stop moving the boards, that would be awesome. So that game here, now fourth board over here, solid opening for Dominguez, and like the struggle will come in later. Then we've got Aronian versus Schwiertz. Aronian playing the E3 poison, which I've been telling Kostya to forsake, which I think is only really poisonous for white or for really inexperienced players with black. I think Schwiertz should be fine against it. Again, it may be some more maneuvering before they come to grips in that one. Then we've got Moradiabadi against Caruana with an open Sicilian. And that shows some real combativeness from Fabiano instead of playing a symmetrical Petrov kind of opening. I like seeing that from Fabi. I would like him to maybe more emphatically sometimes try to stamp his strength on others, or try and the strength differential, right? Say, look, I'm 200 points stronger than you. Let's just put any random imbalance on the board, and I'll eventually win it. And we'll see how well Moradiabadi is prepared for this, but it seems like a slightly unusual move order from Fabi. I don't immediately recognize this as like, a Scheveningen or a Khan or a Taimanov or a Dragon or a Najdorf, or it just looks like a sort of formless Sicilian. So Moradiabadi probably won't have 100 moves of opening prep to fall back on. So I like to see that choice from Fabi. I want to see him, trying to win games with black. I want him to show just a little bit more disrespect for the players, actually. Again, not in a bad way, just in a like, I am on a different level in a separate class. So I'm just going to win. That's what I'd like to see some more from Fabi, and I'm happy to see it here in this opening here. Sam Scheinklin against Lenderman. We've got a classic Catalan from Lenderman, and Sam with some kind of prep, because you see an hour and 33 minutes and a slightly unusual move, Queen B6 in this position. It looks like it's aimed at trading on E5. Like he's maybe studied knight E5 in this exact position. And normally you would play like B6, bishop B7, bishop A6 is kind of the normal scheme of development. So queen B6 is pretty unusual in this opening, right? And normally you do that before playing, and often you do that before playing A5. You start solving bishop C8. But I think here in this exact position, Shanklin must have some idea that queen B6 here has strong ideas of playing knight E5 and then of D5, knight to G4 instead of knight retreating. So queen B6 is looking at this weakness on F2. And may well be threatening knight takes D4. Knight takes E5. So, Master also saying odd move to them. Like me, haven't really seen this much before. Let me just check that my computer's okay. Well, my computer's not going to be so okay. We're going to have to clean up a little bit. Sorry about this, folks. We just have to... Okay. So the previous round, if this is round 6, the previous round would have been round 5. I have to just clean up some files on the computer so it doesn't lose its mind. Sorry. Put that there. Okay, we'll start cleaning that up. Okay. Yafuz is very, very unusual, the position of the bishop on G3 for Moradiabadi, right? So that really shows them kind of out of normal opening theory there. Welcome to the show, Mikkelwold. We will definitely be going on just one board when we do analysis. Right now, I'm not doing any analysis. I'm just trying to estimate the opening choices of all the players before we get into specific games. So you'll see, we'll spend most of the time on one board today. And then maybe once every 2 hours pop out and check how all the games are going. All right, so that brings us to, in the lower left here, Niemann versus Robson. And Hans is playing a very, very unusual variation here against the semi-Tarrasch, which has become popular. Early bishop f4, trade on d5. Pretty unusual looking, and I would guess that Black's position is pretty sound so far. But it's going to be offbeat, and force Robson to play on his own a little bit. Again, with an unusual bishop position on g3. So we'll see what that leads to. But you can see, again, several boards where the players are on their own. Very, very few boards today where the players are relying on opening theory to get through the early phase of the game. And so, yeah, that means, more room for mistakes and positional advantages to be established in the opening, and more space for just, advantages, excitement, and decisive results, honestly. When you take away opening theory, the draw rate in the super grandmaster level is going to go down a lot. And, half these players are at a super GM level with, pretty high draw rates. So it should be an exciting start to the day. Sevyen and Xiong, this was almost an exception. This position is very, very theoretical. If White on the last move played, knight takes e6, bishop c4, etc. But here, we've got a3, a kind of offbeat opening surprise from Sam Sevyen, and Jeffrey Xiong thinking for, 14, 15 minutes probably about this a3 move. So we'll see what the idea is of that move maybe later on. And then we've got the game, which I think we're going to mainly watch, Liang versus Yu. And it's just, a nice open Sicilian. White's going to castle kingside and pawn storm on the king side as well, with their king there probably. Like one of the positions we practiced in middle game sparring 2 days ago. So, yeah. So I'm happy to go with the Liang versus Chris Yu game as planned. So let's get into that one. We'll go over the starting moves of the game, which is definitely a Sicilian and definitely an open Sicilian. So knight f3 and d4 probably coming. See, Black played e6 on move 2. d4 takes. Knight c6. Knight c3, queen c7. I think this is the Taimanov. But I'm always confused about Taimanov versus Khan. I think this is the Taimanov. He plays queen c7 here. It doesn't matter really what it's called as long as we recognize what's going on in the position. So this move order from Black, not playing d6 very early, gives some flexibility. There are some lines with bishop b4, some lines with bishop c5, sketchy lines with bishop d6, but really bishop b4 and bishop c5 are main lines. You can also, in some cases, play a6, b5, and bring the bishop to b7 more quickly. That can be another meaning behind delaying this pawn. A potential drawback of this line is sometimes, since you haven't played d6, White can trade the knights and play e5 early on. So that's something for White to maybe threaten and for Black to maybe watch out for. Yeah. And if Black wants to stop, if White's playing f4 and trying to play e5 and f5 and stuff, the fact that Black spent an early tempo on e6 means that they can't as well justify taking a Sveshnikov / Neidorf kind of pawn structure with the d5 hole. Also with the queen set up for knight d5. And sometimes you can't play knight f6 too quickly because of e5, so you really won't have d5 covered early on. So bishop e2. It's a simple, calm move right here. Very flexible about what's coming next. Knight f6. And now white played knight db5. I think castling is also an important move here. Surely a theoretical move as well. So knight db5. Yeah, black would often have played a6 by now, so it's interesting. Like Chris is kind of pushing it with his move order. Queen b8, and now he plays f4. Basically threatening e5. And black played d6 to try and stop it. Could black have played a6 at this point if they wanted to? One of the first big questions of this game. No, Master of Ceremony. I don't think this is standard in round robins for players to try riskier openings and more novelties. It really... You could even look at a different round of the same tournament and find players playing a bunch of, Berlins and Petrovs and things. I think it's really like a matchup by matchup estimate of what the players think is their best option or chance against each opponent that they face. So sometimes some players... Whoa, and we've got g4 on the board already here from a wonder. So this game... The pawn storm's coming even before either king castles to the king side. I expected a line like, castles, g4, by the way. But this is definitely going to be something else interesting to talk about. This pre-storm, even before the kings get there. I'm seeing on my bird's eye view all the games reset to the starting positions. That is weird. Oh, because it's already showing the round 7 games now, so I have to scroll to see round 6. Weird. So what happened was round 7 was added. Is this view still going to work? Yeah, more or less. Okay. Well, I don't know that, Foos. But no, there's no way you would play g3 with the bishop already on e2, right? Or did he play... Which did he play first? He played bishop e2, knight f6, knight db5. So if you look on the live board for a second, in this position he played knight b5. There's no way you could play g3 after bishop e2. Exquisite Corpse, we're only just like into the opening phase. But I would say the games are looking more original and theoretical, thus more chances for decisive results today. I think we're going to... Now, of course, the players are really good, so even without opening theory, you'll get draws. Grandmaster versus Grandmaster, for sure. But I think there's, a decent chance for a bloody day. A decent chance. I see almost no position that's, like, dry or ultra theoretical. The safest game is probably Aronian versus Svirts. Especially if Aronian just plays d4 and transposes to a mainline semi-Slav. But mostly pretty exciting. Yeah. I mean, I like a well-played draw. I love it plenty. But, at least I want to see the players, fighting with some ideas, and that we're going to see today. Whether these games end in draws or wins, the players are on their own. They're going to have to play some good moves. Okay, so let me check out this question here that I had about this position, which is, can black just play a6 at this point? And would white consider e5 in response is really the big question. If white just retreats, then surely black can play that move, right? So the only real question is, does white want to play e5? Takes. Very tricky question, right? Okay, so let's see. If black plays b4 here, then white has knight e4. And black can't really keep the knight out of these two squares, can they? Oh, they have d5. They can. Black's very good there. I think. I mean, it looks good to me. Yeah, I don't think white can play e5 like this. I don't like this at all. So if I were black, I would definitely be inclined to try a6 here. Push that knight back and then continue. But Chris played d6. White completes almost all development, but they're not going to show where the king's going yet. They're going to develop the minor pieces at least, so that white's knights and bishops are in fighting position. By contrast, black only has the knights really in fighting position, the bishops sort of waiting defensively. And here, g4 from a wonder. Very aggressive move. On my board master ceremony, I don't see a pawn on h3 in the Aronian Spheres game. So I don't know if they're like ahead of us somehow or what, but okay, let me quickly clean up these files here. Now they're saved. All right, now we should be good. On Lee Chess, you're seeing h3 is already played. Okay. Definitely not a very precise looking move for white. If in the current Aronian versus Spheres position h3 gets played, I will not be impressed by that move. Okay, but let's talk about what we actually have here on our board. So g4, the pre-pawn storm, before the players get castled. What's that about? Oh, let me turn off that move on. The those sparring arenas were on Sunday during round 5 of the championships. Okay, so g4, what do we think about it? Well, oh, I'll be right back. Okay, Papa, I hear you. I hear you, Papa. All right, so it's very hard for black to castle queenside here. So it feels like you're going kingside and you're getting pawn stormed, right? Like, can you say like, okay, you're throwing g4 at me, but I don't have to head over there? I suppose you could just keep your king on e8 as maybe an option. Feels to me like Chris used a little bit boxed in here. Like white's going to be able to grab this space, not really get countered. Well, as I say that, I haven't even calculated black trying to counter, right? That's probably a key variation right here. Oh yeah, that's pretty important. Maybe white can play e5 rather than taking the pawn sack, right? Maybe we have to calculate d5 for a moment before we evaluate how good or bad this g4 move is, right? If black doesn't play d5, my first thought is I do like g4. Yeah, I don't think h6 is a likely... What? He played h6? He played h6? That's surprising. Well, I guess, okay, like me, he was feeling that if he plays knight d7, right, with or without castling, king on e8 or king on g8, he's basically feeling that if you get this kind of a position, he's pretty bunched up, you know, and pretty passive. And once he's like this, he can't really strike back, right? So he just has to, like, sit under the weight of white's space. So I can understand this move slows down g5 a lot, right? But it almost makes castling kingside impossible because of the hook. So I know it's now irrelevant, but I'm just going to glance at d5 for 1 second, okay? I'm just going to take one quick look at d5. So if takes, man, again, I wish I'd already played a6 by now. Okay, and white takes. Then we go check, unhousing the king. King d2, castle. And, I mean, right? You don't want to be up a pawn like this for white. Terrible. Terrible. Okay, that's just, you know, very primitive position, but just to get a baseline evaluation. So now let's go d5, e5. Taking space seems like more consistent with how you would normally handle this as white. So knight e4, I don't believe at all. Takes, and again, problem with this is white can do this because we didn't kick it to d4 at the right time. So I think this pawn's pretty weak and white's pretty comfortable with their space advantage and probably winning a pawn at some point. I think it's not going to be great for black. So, like knight d7 or something. And now black's in a pretty cramped French. Looks reasonably good for white. There's some practicalities, like if you castle kingside, does black have h5? If you don't castle kingside, bishop h4. But honestly, black doesn't even want to trade bishops if you go here, right? Like, let's say I just play this to castle queenside. Black checks and I block. Are you going to play this to keep white from castling queenside? Really? Give up that dark squared bishop? Now knight d6 is threatened. So you have to castle immediately. Now what? f6 is the idea, huh? Okay, I think I know a really good move in this position for white. You play g5 to stop f6. Even though now your pawns are sort of blockaded and you can't play f5, at least they're all on dark squares opposite this bishop. And there's this plan bishop d3, and then eventually you bring like a rook or a queen to the h-file to force something to happen. Oh, and if you prevent f6, it means you can also put your knight on d6. It basically, okay, the only thing preventing f6 is the idea that the black king is going to be too weak after this. But maybe it's not even 100% certain that black's not allowed to do this. Maybe it's not completely certain. I don't know. That you are on an actual stream, Frizz. A6, knight d4, takes, e5. D2, A6, E4, E5. Oh, in the current position. Okay. You're not looking at my D5 lines. Okay, this is hard to say. Really hard to say. I mean, my instinct is with white, because black's got these pieces here, and both kings are opening up. But I would concede that it's a total mess. But I think that's the general intention for white, at least, is if black plays d5 here to play e5. And I think that's why black doesn't play d5. So without the immediate counter, Chris plays h6 here. And now a wonder has just played knight d4 rather than the queen d2 move. So now we can look at, I think knight takes d5 is strong at the end. In the position with the king on f2 and f6 played and all that. Okay, I think that position is probably too complicated for us to really get very far trying out moves in it. I think like we've established enough that black probably doesn't want to play d5 e5 without getting too deep into it. I got a sense or an evaluation out of that position that black's cramped after white goes e5. So let's see what Master of Ceremonies is saying about queen d2, and then maybe that'll help us understand why knight d4 was played. Saying queen d2, a6, knight d4, bishop d4, e5. Could be a desire of black's here. g4 is undefended. Yeah, interesting. I guess bishop b6 is what I would play with white here. And then I wouldn't recommend black take this pawn, because taking the pawn will allow white to play knight d5. In fact, white's doing well after this bishop b6 move. Do you see that, Master of Ceremony? After bishop b6, that looks a little bit uncomfortable for black. Because now these pieces are temporarily trapped, right? It seems like the only way to play is to kick that bishop out at some point. But obviously you don't want to do this for tactical reasons. I mean, it's a good trade of bishops, but you can't do this tactically, right? You lose at least a pawn, and the king is too vulnerable here. So we don't have that. And if we have to evict this bishop with the knight, then we're always going to be allowing knight d5. So it feels hard for black to handle this position here, actually. Your bishop e6 would be the other way to try and control that square, but f5 is obviously good for white here. Yeah. Oh, for anybody not clear on it, the problem with taking, let me just put it on the board and maybe it'll be a little bit clearer, is that after this, white puts the knight on d5. And with the knight and the bishop, black can't even control, knight c7 winning the rook if white wants it. Black can't castle to avoid it because of knight takes bishop. So, yeah. And maybe there's some hope in bishop d8. Maybe there's some hope. But my evaluation / instinct / looking at the power that the players have on the board is going to tell me that this is not going to work out for black. Yeah. So that a6 move actually hurting black a little bit there. In the game, we just get knight d4 played first, and now again black has the option to take here and play e5. In this case, g4 is defended, so there's no pawn tax to calculate, but there isn't this square. So we just get bishop e3. And now, normally from this position as black, you don't want to allow f5. So like bishop e6, f5 is like really bad. But you could try playing b6, bishop b7. Or you can take and put the bishop here and castle. I guess part of the question is if the knight maybe comes back to b5 too early before black's untangled the rooks from under the queen and king. One of these rooks needs to be have access to d8, I guess. It looks like a plausible line for black at first blush, so that's something that Chris could be considering right now. It's black's move right here after knight d4. Knight d4 did surprise me a little bit. So knight d4, bishop d4, e5. Could white also take on d4 with the queen? Yes. Also, white can always play bishop b5 check in these lines. Just a thing to keep in mind. Normally there's a pawn on a6, so you don't normally have bishop b5 in the Sveshnikov and the Najdorf, etc. But just something to keep in mind that here with this e5, without a6, we always have to consider this possibility for white. I think more likely you would just get something like here, here, and here. Maybe knight d5 is annoying. Maybe if we can't stop knight d5, we should just castle first. This looks acceptable for black to me. But Chris has just played bishop d7, so he didn't go for this. After e5 and ef4, knight d7, e5 is a common theme, yeah. That looked like a pretty solid option for black. Instead, Chris has played bishop d7, and someone in chat is saying that's taking away this square for the knight. So if white plays g5 now, where would that knight go? h7, g8? It's like a weird possible faux pas by Chris. What would he do after g5? I would say that's obviously good for white. That would be my 5-second look. My 5-second look would say it's obviously good for white. Seizing passivity. HG and knight h5. Is there a tactic here? I think black's too passive to have a tactic. I'm missing here. The bishop covers d4, so the queen's not needed. Yeah. I mean, the pawn trade is desirable for black. It develops the rook. But then you have to play knight g8, I think, because knight h7, you're even allowing g6. And your position is kind of crumbly. Right? So I think you have to go here and keep the rook open, is logical. And well, I just think with this knight trapped here, you've got a bad position for black. Queen d2. If you want to go queen c7, there's knight b5. So if you want to castle queenside, you have to throw an a6 maybe? Castles. Queen out of the way. Maybe g6 anyway, or maybe leave the knight trapped. It's like we're spoiled for choices here, because I really like white's position. I like the position after g6, and I like the position after just sitting on the g5 pawn. So far, I have not been able to get a handle on this game yet, right? I'm not able to predict their moves. I'm not feeling like I have an idea exactly what they're considering. What they do or don't like, who's claiming what, who thinks they have an advantage. Bishop d7, it looks like g5 just hurts. Hurts. Knight b5 anyway, nah. I'm not going to sack a piece in this nice looking position just to try and squeeze a little bit more. If I sack a piece, it's going to be to kill. I'm not averse to it, but I think what white needs to do in this position is get the rooks involved. The knight b5 doesn't help us really get our rooks involved. So we're looking more at ideas in that final position like rook g1 or g6 and then rook g1 or g6 and then bishop g4, bishop c4 kind of stuff with rook g1, rook f1, etc. coming. Actually, maybe even was rook f1 a move in that final position that we were looking at? Maybe rook f1 was a move in that position. That prevents castling by just attacking the f-pawn. Ooh. A little bit nasty, right? You can never play e5 because of this. We're just completely like on the back foot for black. Right, so knight e5 would be the move that defends f7. Maybe we should go trade that piece. Which makes me wonder if I shouldn't have traded on c6 last move. But, okay, we'll go knight f3 here. Black can castle queenside, it seems, with this tactic here of bishop e8. Making me regret not trading these knights. So let's uncastle black. Let's take. Develop the bishop. And go rook f1. Now this knight's very far from being a knight on e5. Another move I like in this position is bishop here. So this move, bishop g4, this move here threatens g6, but it also starts to prepare a knight d5 sack, right? Right, so like rook e1, knight d5. And then, you know, then violence is coming. So that's an interesting move there as well. Bishop g4. There's also rook f1. I'm sure g6 is also just playable here. If you do a move like bishop g4, black might play g6 to stop you from playing g6. But again, I mean, they're not bringing out these pieces, right? So now you go here with the idea of knight d5 and goodness. Not to mention, once the pawn's on g6, h4, h5 is another plan. I'm sorry, I'm seeing like 3 or 4 plans that look so good it's hard to choose between them, and it's just telling me the black's position is terrible. Terrible. What has white played? Tell me he's played g5. He's played h4. He didn't play g5. How could we have this wrong? Queen f2, another plan. Yes! Totally preventing castles queenside. Oh my goodness. A powerful move as well, indeed. This position looks honestly decisively winning. Like the new computer engines will say +3, you know? Positions that you just think of as being like, oh, that's a really pleasant advantage. Now they look at them and they're like, +3. I can see it's over. What you call a positional advantage, indeed, this particular one is winning, this one isn't, this one's winning, this one isn't. Okay, let's rewind time a little bit. Put these kings back in the center, queen back on d1, h4. What? h4. I don't follow. Like, it doesn't threaten g5 anymore because the rook's undefended. You still have to take with the f-pawn. Taking with the f-pawn is still good enough. But why? Yeah, I mean, I know I'm supposed to be the commentator, but can anybody in chat explain to me why g5 would not have been a good move for white right here before h4? Does anyone have an inkling why g5 would not be great? Can black play d5, Hokey Gamer's wondering now, right? Yeah, I mean, the more time you spend pushing these pawns, the more a central break makes sense. Once white plays g5, then the answer became simple, right? Once white would do this, yeah, there's never going to be d5 because your pieces aren't developed. Wow, they're playing a lot of moves, so we can't really dwell on this. They're giving us some action. Unagi Don, HG, FG, Knight H7. I see what you're saying. You're saying you're going to take on g5 kind of no matter what. Like if h4, you're going to take because of the rook. And if queen d2 defending this, you're going to trade. And white's going to recapture, and then you're going to get this, maybe. But actually, queen d4 and taking on g7 loses to queen g7. That's just a full piece. It's not just... it's not little details. It's not a pawn. It's not complications. If you go bishop g5, you trade the bishop so the piece is fully undefended and they can't counterattack the queen, and you just win a piece. And if they take first with the knight, and queen g7 should actually more or less do the same thing. There's one extra variation, but check forced here. So I think that white has two good options if you go for knight h7. One is g6, just sacking the pawn to do this. I mean, you're not down a pawn, as Eugene found out against Magnus Carlsen. It's just a double isolated, useless thing. But I kind of like leaving the knight stuck here and defending this for a bit before going g6. I like the idea of having castled, prepared the rooks a little bit, and then play g6. And I think this position here, queen d2, I think it's dead for black. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. It looks dead. b5, b4. I mean, with the knight on h7, there's no pressure on e4, right? So when you go b5, white just takes it. There's nothing that I can see. I mean, I can't understand it. I know I asked you guys to help me out. So your suggestions are well received. Maybe in this g5, queen d2 position there, black could trade, like in the game, to take this knight off of b5. And then I was saying white has to play queen d4. Now you could play b5, except there's queen g7. So now... Oh, I wonder if that's possible in the game. g5 for white trying to win the g7 pawn. What's going on in the game? I guess black will have the e5 move for some complications. Knight f8 to g6 to e5. Oh, I see Unagi. Yeah. In that line, Merles, that's no counterplay for black. That's just a death sentence. The black pieces are just too discoordinated to go for that. So here, I think black's just busted to this queen g7 threat. I mean, you can throw in e5, but now knight d5 will come, right? You can try to stop it like this or something. This move still trying to play here. I don't know. It's or even just bishop here, and white owns these squares. No, it's just, it's not possible. It's not possible. There's no way. Okay, so in the game played h4. Knights were traded on d4. And then, Chris, you played b5. So, in the current position, if white plays g5, trying to win the pawn on g7, right? Black's got various resources to try and make it a bit of a mess. So the current position looks interesting. Harder to calculate. That previous position I thought was just crushing. Just g5, and I don't understand. But Chris, you allowed it, and a wonder didn't go for it. So that means my, evaluation ability is just completely lacking. Just completely lacking. Am I inherently biased for the white side in the open Sicilian? I don't think so, Holly. I've played the black side of the Sicilian all my life, and always felt very comfortable. And actually, when I play white, I often feel uncomfortable. It depends game to game. Sometimes I get in an okay position, But a lot of the times as white in the open Sicilian, I feel very uncomfortable. Like I need to find a very specific continuation to get a playable game. And if I don't find it... By the way, another concrete continuation for white right here, g5. Black might have some like bishop c6 to make room for the knight, but takes, I don't know. Takes, bishop takes. Anyway, we can calculate that in a second too. But often I feel a lot of pressure as white that things might be about to go badly for me. And that there's a lot of pressure to find the right moves. But in this particular game, I'm feeling like ever since this bishop d7 move robbed the knight of a retreat, I've been really, really worried for black. And an important thing to note, Holly, in general, is that in the opening, when you can kick a knight on f6 with g5 or e5, the general question to ask yourself is, can the knight go to d5 or e4? If after e5 the knight can go to d5 or e4, it's usually bad to play e5 because the knight, you're actually improving their knight. If the knight's best option is d7, then it's usually quite controversial, but at least playable for black. If the knight has to go to g8, h7, or h5, one of those three squares, it's usually terrible for black. And like you should play g5 or e5 as white if the knight has to go one of those three squares. Now, warning, like chess is very, very concrete and full of exceptions. So there's got to be a lot of calculation to back up some of those ideas. But that's... Like if you're looking at it and you can't fully calculate everything out and you sort of... But you see the knight has to go to one of the bad squares and it looks plausible, then probably it is plausible. Is my... That's... It's just the important idea of like if you're playing pawn pushes, if you're kicking pieces, are they going to better or worse squares, right? It's like use that at least as a simple concept to maybe help a little bit. Okay, so here's the position. Is castle's queenside just plain crazy? Both players are probably trying to castle queenside this game. Well, actually, black just played b5, so not anymore. Black's looking to just, I don't know, play a bunch of tactics without even castling, I guess. I don't know. So g5 and e5. Sand Dunes, you must be pretty new. Men and women do play each other in chess. They do play each other. I've played with many women in my life. Yeah. For example, in the U.S. Women's Championships right now, there's Irina Krush. I've played her. Tatev Abrahamian, I've played her. Sophie Morris Suzuki, I've played her or them. Rochelle Wu, I've played with. Anna Zatonsky, I've played with. You know. So. I got lucky, Exquisite Corpse. She perpetual checked me instead of mating me. Phew! Dodged a bullet. Oh, sorry. We've got a raid coming. Thank you for the raid. We'll shout out. Don't worry, Exquisite Corpse. Our chat is not going to get sidetracked or collapse into silliness. We're gonna talk about chess here on the Chess Dojo. There are tournaments that are not mixed as well, Send Dunes. Yeah, you're right to have seen those. There are several. There was the Women's Grand Prix about a week ago, which is part of the qualification process for FIDE's World Women's Championships. I'm not sure exactly what they call it. but it's sort of like a qualifier for a championship event that tries to name, like, you know, the strongest woman chess player in the world. And right now we've got the U.S. championships going on, and there's a section that anyone can play in, and there's a section that's reserved for females. And so there are tournaments that are separate that don't allow males in them. There are also a lot of open tournaments where men and women play each other all the time. All right. So, let's go, gang. Let's see if we can predict one move here for a Wonder Liang. I don't have high hopes. I may go this entire game without predicting a single move until we get into some, like, recaptures or basic tactics, perhaps. But it feels weird to completely misapprehend the entire strategical contours of the opening here as we sort of transitioning from opening to middle game. Until the players' rooks are connected, it's still sort of the opening, but, you know, white's one step away from that. And they're definitely playing, you know, pawn storms on both sides as kind of middle gamey moves before they totally finish the opening. Nice. Well, 2 years is not that short. We've got a lot of people who've been playing less often than that, yeah? Well, we don't know if h4 was a mistake, right? Exquisite Corpse. I mean, a Wonder thought it was a good move. So a Wonder will either castle or attack with the pawns, probably g5. Yeah. I mean, the most likely moves are g5, e5, castles queenside. But we haven't really calculated stuff thoroughly. In some cases, in a position like this, you can also sometimes see a move a3 if it's important to keep the knight here. In this case, given white wants to castle queenside, I don't think a3 like a5 is anything that helps white here. So I don't think it's a very likely candidate move, but I haven't gotten deep into this position yet. So if castle's queenside, there's b4. And what would be the next move from white? You can't go to b5, that hangs a piece. You can't go to a4, that hangs a piece. You go knight b1, which is quite unpleasant. That feels a little unlikely to me. I don't think white's going to castle queenside here. I don't really like that. Yeah. The knight's not quite dead, but I don't... It doesn't feel right to me. Right? It seems like if you just want to allow b4, that you would probably play the move bishop f3 here. So that on b4, your knight can stay sort of more coordinated with the rest of the game. And this move's not too bad because, you know, the bishop on e2 is not amazing, right? So if we're going to simply let black play b4 and we don't like g5 or e5, then I think before castling queenside, you could play bishop d3 or bishop f3. And bishop d3, you might sort of strand your queen. Right? I mean, we could check if she's literally trapped. Literally. A move which not literally nobody, but almost nobody uses correctly anymore. Is the queen literally trapped in this position? Like I said, bishop d3, I had like this instinct like it might be trapping her, but I think it is trapping her. She's not just a little uncomfortable. She's fully messed up. So not bishop d3, right? So I think we could say we've got sort of 3 candidate moves to mainly look at. I suppose it's also possible someone suggesting the king could just head over this way to get the rooks connected. Just get out of the way, right? Still, b4 is going to be a little annoying, kicking our knight somewhere dumb. So I say bishop f3 is a big candidate move, and then these. If you play bishop f3, you'd expect black to play e5, because now the threat of e5 from white is pretty darn crushing right here. Right? So, what? Did he play rook g1? Are you kidding me? Wow, we really are going to get 0 moves right this entire game. Rook G1. Before we can even like look at the real moves, he plays some random move. And how are they doing on time? You know, because it feels like they're playing fast, but I think it's because we're just struggling so hard to figure out what's going on. They've spent 30 and 30 minutes, which is what they should spend after about 15 moves, maybe. 12 to 15 moves, and they're at move 14. So they're using their time basically exactly correctly. It feels really fast because we're really struggling to understand the position. If they played some moves we'd predicted, it would take us less time to sort of catch up with why is this being played, what's going on, you know? It would be less confusing. Yeah, of course, the idea is you support the g-pawn so it's not hanging against e5, but most of all, the idea is to play g5 without your rook being undefended. So you can play hg, kick this knight somewhere terrible without giving black the e5 square, because you keep this center pawn. But that's a lot of... I mean, it's a shocking amount of time being spent on this, when it looks like g5 is just, you know, just normally crushing, right? But what I really want to ask myself for a moment is e5. I'm sorry. This is what I want to ask myself. Because I assume if we play g5 here, that e5 is some kind of counter from black, right? Takes, queen d2, hg, and you don't have an f-pawn. So if you don't kick the knight off of f6, this move is pointless, this g5 move. So I assume with our queen exposed on d4, that g5, e5 is some kind of not quite what you want. I guess you could come back without taking. They can take. Playable. Let me try and make that worse for black. Queen d3. Takes is now winning for white. B4 takes is winning for white as well. This is always going to win a piece for white. Is everybody familiar with this? Sorry, with sort of like the count that you're going to win a piece for white here. If you take, and we've got the same kind of thing going on. If instead of b4 black takes, we take here, where we're hitting another piece. That's why I put the queen on d3 instead of d2 in this line, was so that we're really threatening to take the knight and win a piece, and black doesn't have time to get rid of this pawn. So now you're looking at a variation like takes. Maybe now the knight could come to h5 without the queen here. But still, any position where white plays knight d5, it's kaput. I don't care if the knight on h5 hasn't been hung. It's dead. It's just dead. Okay. So that's feeling sort of kaput. So, okay. So I'm being told why play e5. Well, just because my instinct was e5 would be good for black. But I think it wasn't. So now you want to play b4. Isn't white's queen on d4? Doesn't b4 also lose a piece? Levi? It's this position here, right? There's a bishop on e7 for us to take. So again, we take. Game over. Yeah? Yeah, okay, you were planning bishop takes f6. Which doesn't work either, does it? Oh, the queen's covering b4. I was going to sort of be like, haha! Okay, so you can do this. Yes. e5 takes, bishop takes. Intense. This is intense. Oh man, this is intense. I don't know what's going on here. All I know is it's intense. Because white's take... No, the queen's on that too. Okay, it's not intense. My blunders are intense. There's no way out of this. Okay. So you can get in the move b4 here. I mean, not like rook g1 prevented b4. But okay, so you have to play something with the knight. And then black can take. And then black can go like here or something. Takes. Takes. Resigns. Don't worry, folks. That's not just a pawn. I don't resign when one pawn goes. That's the beginning of the end for this whole structure. Let me try something else for black. Try throwing an e5 right here. Now black's in the game just because this knight's on d1 instead of d5, right? Now it's hard to evaluate with certainty. Okay. Okay, that's some kind of like reason not to play g5 right there. That's some kind of reason. Of course, like 4 moves ago, we could have definitely played g5, and I don't know what was wrong with it. But here, I'm going to respect g5, b4 as being a mess. So rook g1 was the choice instead, and now b4, knight d1. I'm just going to bring it back to f2 and say black's taking a long time to untangle, and he's looking for a really clean g5. I think black's going to have to play e5 sooner or later. Now that there's no knight coming to d5 for white, now this knight's so far away from d5. Sorry, I've got the queen on the wrong square. Now this is so far away from d5, this is the move for black. Let's say we can predict one move here. Chris is going to play e5. Let me calculate it before I lock that in. Oh, you're saying black can play h5 right now instead of e5. Cool idea, yeah. Cool idea. That is possible. Now, another move that could, in some cases, mess black up would be e5. Takes, takes, knight g4, hooray for you, you know, bishop f3. And this position would be, you know, generally considered good for white. Oh, there's bishop h4 check now, though. Now that we've played rook g1, we got to be really careful. Uh-oh. That's a mess. That's counterplay as well. Hang on. So we've got h5 here as a candidate move for Chris, as well as e5. h5 is a tricky one. You play h6 to stop g5 here. Because early on, h5, h3 is bad, you know, and just g5 coming. But after white plays h4, sometimes there's h5 too. Crazy. It's a hard thing to remember every idea, but I've seen that before. Yeah, I'm sorry, Corpse. If it's any consolation, Kostya, Jesse, and I are not making $1 million. We're still making somewhere around $5 an hour. yeah, great. No, but definitely, you know, if you have to go do your work, that's like, there have been a million tournaments I would have loved to watch, and I couldn't do it, so. I guess if you work enough hours, you could make $1 million. I don't know, Dripman, if there are enough hours in the year for us to make $1 million at our current rate. Thanks, Levi. Bishop on e2. Okay, h5's interesting. Wait, what about g5, and then you get your square, and then g7? 8,000 days per year, and you think we could make it? I had a feeling the math wasn't going to work out for us. I don't know. That might be enough to bust this h5 move. I suppose black could also play e5 in response. Which coordinates well with it, because it's given the square. Yeah, okay, black could play h5. Black could play h5 here. Now let's take a look at just e5 first and see how that compares, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if h5 helps or not, so let's have a look at the other move and then compare them. Oh my god, he just played d5. It's logical too. I just hadn't gotten around to thinking of it yet. Just can't keep up. Can't keep up with the teenage GMs. Yeah, just charge 250 like Bloogie. Well, I'm not a scammer, a cheater, a liar, or a fraud like that guy. And rather than trying to maximize the money we make, we're trying to maximize the number of people we reach. Of course, if we taught private lessons, we wouldn't get 250 an hour, but we would get, you know, at least 10 times what we get doing this. For now. d5. The knight's back here. Black's got control over e4. Yeah. You took it really like pianissimo here, I wonder, with h4 and rook g1. Really some pianissimo. I saw like a small part of it, Pumpkin the Cat, but once somebody is like a liar, it's kind of pointless to look at their words. Sometimes you can sleuth around in their words for clues about something, but it's more or less pointless in many cases to look at the words of a liar, right? Yeah, me too, Killer Whale. It's a real mystery like this, isn't it? Do you guys feel how mysterious this game is? If we had an eval bar, you would probably think this was just whatever. You'd be like, oh, this move was a blunder, this move was obvious this, that, the other. But now it's like a complete mystery. We don't know if white or black's better, or where somebody messed up, or if there were opportunities, or just no idea. No idea. Yeah, literally he was defrauding his own employer, and now he's trying to like cast shade on chess.com. It's just like, what? What? Levi is confident that g5 was crushing when we first looked at it. That's a lot of confidence, Levi. I have no confidence myself. For me, this is all just a mystery. By the way, we are an hour and a half into the round, and we could glance around at some of the other boards too, because I see lots of interesting positions, as I expected for today. Lots of interesting positions. Like Morad Yabadi versus Caruana is fascinating. Xiong and Sevian is fascinating. Looks like Sevian might just get a quick knockout. I don't know. Aronian's position looks mildly garbage with the e3. He e3 poisoned himself against Schwiertz. And Neiman and Robson super contested. Yeah. Okay, Levi, you're quite confident. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I didn't see them playing different moves than me, Levi, I would probably be pretty confident. Like, as Master of Ceremonies saying, like, if this were just a game that two players in a dojo weekend rapid tournament were playing, like two 1800, 1900 players were playing this in a 10-minute game, I would say, man, you can't put your bishop on d7. Black's just blundered this g5 move for like 3 moves in a row, and white didn't know about it. That's what I would probably have the confidence to say that. But because these guys are so much better than me, I'm thinking like maybe I just don't get it at all. I'm with you, Gritty Puns. That's the most likely. They found each other for a reason, right? Like any beautiful marriage. Alright, so what's going on here? What's going on? Is white going to push or trade or bring up the cavalry, right? Tell you this, pushing, at the risk of being wrong again, is it even a risk once you've been wrong about everything? Who cares, right? This move looks wrong to me now. Even though normally you want to keep the center closed as white and do this. Because black plays knight e4. And they're threatening bishop h4. And it seems like white's sort of caught flat-footed here. Yeah? Yeah? Can we get anything right? So, then there's the thought of maybe just taking, opening up the game. But then after knight d5, the point of doing this is that sometimes, even when black achieves d5 in the Sicilian, sometimes then, you know, it's sort of shaky how it holds together. Also, there's this queen g7 moment again to consider. He has bishop f6 here. It's pretty toasty. Go pawn takes, knight takes, retreat here, stop bishop h4, queen f4, we're falling apart. Uh-oh. We're getting into things fall apart, the center cannot hold, right? Like h4 is hanging, f4 is hanging, the dark squares are hanging. Uh-oh. Okay, the first look of e takes d5 is not attractive. Let's try knight f2. Knight takes. Knight takes. Pawn takes. Queen g7. Check. King d2. Rook f8. Rook d1. Anyone feel ready to evaluate like a grandmaster here? What's the deal? Whose position is better and why? If you want to, you can even play better moves than me. Like, you can play bishop c5 if you think that's better, and you can evaluate from there. But I'm just, I don't know. White's down a pawn at the moment, actually. We've sacked a pawn here. Bishop c5, there's bishop e7. So it's not like a mate in two that I missed. It's just, I don't know, you could trade the dark squared bishops. I guess it's an evaluation question. Do you want to trade those dark squared bishops or not? Maybe it just gives the king room to connect the pieces when you trade on e7. My feeling is with chess talk. I'm just guessing that white's winning here. Master of ceremony. Little point. I think white's just winning. They're down a pawn, but look at this poor king, right? And you're just going here and cutting him off this way, and everything's open for black. I think white's just kind of winning. Black will have time to throw some counterplay. It's definitely a messy position. But I think white's winning. Now, black doesn't have to take with the knight. They can take with the pawn. Now, here, if you take with the knight, after knight takes knight, you have no time for g7. You have to take with your queen. You give up h4 with check, and you haven't breached black's position at all. Right? So here, after takes, we can't even take. But maybe we can play g5 now, right? Or castles queenside. You know, if g5's not good, we can castle queenside. You know, how do you evaluate this kind of position here, this sort of pawn sack situation? Right? It looks possible. It looks possible. We got one move right! Yes! Oh, look at that. Knight f2 has been played. A wonder. I was definitely thinking you needed to play knight f2 here. I was thinking e5 and e5 looked terrible. I thought both those moves looked bad, and I was right. And I was right. So, folks, live on the board, knight f2 has been played. These moves both look terrible to me, and nobody suggested something great for white in them. So, knight f2. We're going to assume that it was correct. We're going to assume that this one was correct this time. No, I was starting to feel a little bit confident that of those three moves, the knight f2 was the best move. There could have been, what I was thinking was there might still be like a fourth candidate move I haven't thought of or considered yet. There might be some real left field kind of thing. But this is, yeah, this is the move that looks right based on what we've looked at so far. Yeah, after this move here, Master of Ceremony, A Wonder and I now have a 6% match rate. 6% match rate on the moves. D takes e4. Yeah. Now, here, white can castle queenside or play g5. Or some other move we haven't thought of yet. Nice. One of the most likely next moves from black is knight d5, right? If that's the case, why would we play g5? Why would g5 even be a move, right? Well, the reason is that with g5 on the board, you can play queen g7 and there's no bishop f6, right? So this is plausible. However, it's also plausible for black to just sack and exchange like this at this point, right? Hard to say what the heck is going on if black goes for this, right? This would be like a real calculation. Takes. Takes. King comes out like sort of a dummy. You know, h7. I think stronger than rook g8, queen d6 covering that square. h7, just trying to play queen f8 and make a new one. But I guess black can still castle, right? Check, castles, and black wins. Here's my feeling. And feelings can't be wrong. Hi, I'm on stream. Okay. Bye. So g5 would be played to stop bishop f6 and play queen g7, but then I got pretty worried about knight e3, and so my instincts were starting to move towards u-castle. And here, if black plays knight d5, I think you can't go queen g7 because of bishop f6, right? But I think what you would do in this situation is you would just bring the knight off of f2 towards the game, right? And then knight e3, queen e3. That's kind of what we're looking towards as white. It's just full mobilization. We've lost the bishop pair. We haven't pawn stormed yet, but at least it's kind of a full mobilization. I think that might be the direction that you're taking it. Okay. Elshan's queen on h3 is one of the most interestingly placed pieces this round, Master of Ceremony. It could have its own, like, discussion. Totally. So... That's right, Viva La Kid. My point is that feelings actually can be wrong, but, you know, in preschools, they're always teaching the kids, like, you know, in preschool age, you know, parenting and education classes, you're always like, feelings can't be wrong. But it's like, you know, happy, sad, not like, I have a feeling this move's going to be played. It's not like an estimate or an instinct. A different beast. Holy cannoli, Shanklin played g5. What is going on today? Okay, let's just go to the bird's eye for a second and count how many positions are crazy today, shall we? So, Wesley and Dominguez, okay. They're both super GMs playing kind of like super GMs today, right? But Mordiabadi and Caruana, look at that weird queen on h3. In a sense, the light square diagonal is weak and the queen's on a great square. But Caruana didn't want to play queen d7 and trade that queen. So he's trying to say the queen's sort of semi-trapped and that things are going well for him. Me too, Pumpkin. Me too. Oh my god. But then, so that's a very weird position, right? And Caruana not castling kingside or queenside, right? King on e8, queen on h3, sort of trapped there, sort of strong there, sort of trapped there. So bad, so good. We don't know which it is. And then, what is going on? I'm sorry, this is crazy. Sam plays g5. What on earth is that? He's got like no pieces over there. We're going to have to take a very short break here. I'll try and come back as quickly as I can. Okay, everybody? Sorry, I've gotta attend to something here. So many beeps and pings and phone calls. Okay, sorry about that. So, Shanklin g5 and now f6. Wow. Neiman versus Robson. The bishop on g3 is looking kind of bad, like I sort of expected it would. The bishop on c5 is really in trouble too, isn't it? And the rook on a6 is bad. Huh. Fascinating. The knight on d5 is good, but the rest of black's position is not very good. And for white, it's the opposite. The bishop on g3 is bad, and the rest of white's position is good. Who knows? And then here's the position. Sevian versus Xiong. Look at that king on d8. This is the board where I'm like, does rook d1 finish him? Like, is it time? But there's king e7, king f8, right? So if white has a winning move there, it's probably bishop f3 or bishop b5. But that position's really, really wild. Really dangerous for black. Right? I mean, just all the pieces out except the queen, and the king is just there. If he could play king e7, king f8, I guess he'd be close to equal then. I mean, close to equal. And I think Sevian had like 10 or 15 minutes in the same position, maybe even 20 minutes more than he has now. Like, he's been thinking seriously on this moment. This is like the critical juncture. He's looking for the blow. We've got Aronian against Schwierz. Now he's played h3 to h4. Stupid bishop on d3. I guess it's playable at the moment. He could always just castle kingside and stop playing weird things. All his pieces have fine squares. I guess Aronian's position's fine. Then we've got our game. In Robson's game, queen to a8 has just been played. Yep, one more weird piece. Oh my god, knight takes c6 for Lindemann? That's pretty killer. Uh-oh. And I would really love to just sit and calculate Sevian Xiong, and try and find the knockout there. But okay. We'll come over here for a moment and have a look at this. So knight takes c6. Hitting these pieces. Bishop takes c6. Anything else is just resignation, right? I mean, you move your queen, this gets taken, you lose a second pawn on d5. So takes, threatening queen g6, and pawn takes bishop. So two candidate moves, bishop e8 and bishop d5. Looks like white's definitely going to get a draw, because this move doesn't look plausible at all to me. This one, both of these moves look good for white. I don't believe this position at all. And even rook e1 looks winning. Oh no, there's takes, bishop f7, and the game goes on. Okay. Let's not be glib. So maybe d6. Bishop here. And here. Wes Lenderman's rating, 25-35. Yeah, that's like 100 points lower than his rating normally is, so you would think he's the most underrated of anybody, right? Let's check his FIDE rating. Make sure that's not a typo. 25-35. And in January this year it was 26-22, so he's lost 90 points in 9 months. A lot at that level. Yeah, so that would be a good bet. Okay, takes, let's say bishop d5. Check here, check here, check here. just get this position. Does white have anything more than a draw here? White has 2 pawns against a piece. And the rooks can't get to the H file. Not in a lot of years. Actually, there could be a trick where you go like rook e1, bishop e4. Rook d3, g4. Okay, let's have a look. That might be in time. Rook g8, mate. Queen d7 is going to deal with that idea. Queen d7 is going to deal with g4. You know, this to hold it, and then here to bring here, but everybody knows rook h8. Everybody knows that. Yeah, so that would just be a draw. I think we can just say, like, pretty clearly, if Lenderman plays knight takes c6, that's done. Game's a draw. What's this idea here? Queen a7, g5 here. Knight g4. Nowhere to go. Supports it. Takes it. Takes it. And if the knight retreats, then basically this bishop's coming to g6 in most cases. Here, check, here, here. Takes. And if takes, f5. That looks winning for white, pretty much. King g7, I guess. And it just comes a move later, and black's okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like, so this is a live position their game, f6. I'm thinking that Lenderman will take the draw. Otherwise, he's going to be afraid of getting outplayed by the bishop pair. He's not going to have super high confidence, I don't think. Well, but he played confidently against Chris Yu. He has draws against Aronian Sevian, a loss to a Wonder, and a win against Chris Yu, a draw with Jeffrey Xiong. So he's performing like 26-60 or something so far this tournament. No reason to be feeling unconfident. But I don't think his position's very good. I don't think it's amazing unless he takes the draw. I think he'll probably take it. Okay, another game. Let's go to another one. Because there's such madness here today. Let's go to Aronian's game because a piece was just thrown at black here. Right? So h4. h6. Knight g5. Hans's game is not in the top 3 most interesting right now. In fact, it might be number 5 or 6. The games are so interesting today. The bar's really high. Well, Master of Ceremony, that's not how a Grandmaster does it. They decide in advance because it's a pretty straight-on calculation. So they'll do the calculation now before playing knight c6 instead of after playing it. The U game, they haven't traded queens yet, have they? The queens could avoid a trade. But I guess if they trade queens, you will be right. Okay, so what's going on with this knight sack? Well, I guess it's pretty simple that if black takes, they're in trouble, huh? So that's the simple part of this position, right? That's checkmate. So we know that this like knight g5 move, it's almost always bad to take it. We know the idea is queen h5, queen h8, or queen h7 checkmate, right? And we've just checked here that as usual, it's very bad here. So what's the threat from white in this position? Like, what would Aronian do next if black played, you know, c5 or rook c8 or something, right? Is there a threat to trade on f6 and get the knight into h7? Knight takes, bishop takes, knight h7, rook here. No. Knight takes, check, king h8, and f7 is covered. No major threat. No major threat here. Hardabuna, you want to trade on e4 and then take on g5 next, huh? I think it won't work out, but we can calculate it to check. White also has, you know, knight takes here. Simpler move as an option. But let's say here, right? So now white's sort of threatening to just win this pawn. If we played knight f6 or something, white might well take it. Or not. Okay, so knight f6 would be a candidate here, but Hardabuna wants to take the piece now. And Hardabuna thinks that this is okay. White's threatening rook h8, king h8, queen h5 with checkmate. So what are we doing next here? By the way, c5 has been played. The move I thought was... that was my instinct move. That was my... if I were playing a blitz game, I would just play c5. But I think this is what you're asking about, Hardabuna. And I want to say that black's going to get checkmated. So let's have a look at it. You said maybe f6. That still allows checkmate. Like this. Or if you don't take the rook, then this diagonal. And you can't get away. So there's definitely not f6, but I also don't think there's any move. Like if you go g6 to keep the queen out of h5, there's rook h8 and it's also checkmate. So I don't think there's any plausible way to evacuate this situation here. Rook e8 doesn't quite make enough room. And yeah, the king's too late to get out. So there'd be no taking it. So in the game, after knight g5, black played c5. Makes sense. Now, what's Levon got in mind here? Possibly queen f3. Possibly queen f3. You can't really take on b5 because black wins a piece on e4, right? Your bishop can't grab that pawn. And if you just trade trade. Now this is attacked. Trade and knight h7 is nothing. I think we've previously said that. So here you could try to now grab a pawn. Now Hardabuna's going to like this. You might be able to take the knight here, Hardabuna. I know, it's like killing you every move that we don't take that knight. You're like, can he really just leave his knight there? Maybe. Maybe we have this now. Oh god, we still don't. Bishop d3. Okay, here's what I thought. Queen here, bishop e4. And black holds it together, you know? Black holds it together. That's a defense. Oh wait, bishop d3, there's queen d3. Yeah, I think this holds for black. I think you can take this piece, Hardabuna. Yay! A dream come true, right? So bouncing across is saying this kind of thing here where the piece is here and you like want the opponent to take to open the file. This is sometimes called the fishing pole. And the fact is that very often the player can't take on g5. But the fact is that very often you don't have any other threat going on, so they don't have to take, and as long as they don't take, it's hard to figure out where you're going next with white. So the fishing pole can rarely be taken, but also rarely works. That's what bouncing across is telling us here. Seems reasonable. Levon, by the way, having, I think, a tough tournament so far. He's yet to win his first game. 4 draws and 1 loss as one of the higher rated players in the tournament. So he's got a tough start to the tournament. And Dariush probably has a similar score. Yep, 4 draws and 1 loss to Fabi. C5 seems like the right move. And black's probably okay, but let's just check. Queen f3. Threatening to take and take at some point, right? Knight takes. Bishop takes. 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 Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hang on. Hang on. This is a be careful moment for black. This is probably after a be careful moment for black has already been missed, honestly. Black's checkmated. Essentially here. It's over. Knight f6 takes. Pawn takes, and there's checkmate here. And if you play g6, there's checkmate there. And if you play f5 for space, then there should be check here, here. Oh yeah, and then the last move I was going to show is this. And that's also checkmate. If you move your queen and let white just sort of take this rook, of course it's not going well. If you try knight f6 to counterattack the queen, white can take it, and your queen's still hanging, so you can't recapture. Okay. That's a good question. Zaortherain. Can bishop g5 stabilize instead? And then after takes, we're going to play queen g5 and the files are closed for the moment. Levon, for the moment, is still thinking. The Chris Ewan A Wonder Liang game went to an endgame, so Neiman and Robson's game moved up one step in interest level. Also, the Lenderman-Shanklin game is going to end in a draw in a moment, and so that'll drop off the interest level. So, maybe we will see Neiman and Robson today. Oh my god, I hope Ray wins that game. Oh my goodness. Okay. This looks possible, yes. Still interesting. Still interesting. Certainly playable for white. I mean, just look at all these pieces operating and white's down one pawn. All you need to do is pick up g7 or b5 or something. So this is definitely playable for Levon, this position here, but it's not winning. Both bouncing across. Both because I like when Ray wins and because I like when cheaters lose. And I like when rude people lose. And I like when mean people lose. So, yeah. But that was a reasonable defense that was just found there for Dariush. By Zaortherain. So, good on them for that. Levon has not yet played Queen F3, but it seems like a pretty plausible candidate move for him. What else might Levon go for here? He's all of those things, Haru Kano. Like, confirmed. Confirmed. Yeah, what else might Levon go for? Probably. I don't see much other than Queen F3 here. That looks really likely. Maybe Rook H3? That could be a thing to do sometimes in these positions. The lift. And just getting out of this bishop's eyesight. Although the bishop's probably getting traded here, right? So there's probably trades coming. Anyone see any major candidate moves for white here other than Queen F3? He probably wants to keep the tension. Aronian just played Queen F3. There we go. Now you guys are off the hook. You don't have to find anything else. All right, we'll bounce around to the next position. So, oh yeah, this position here. Rook e8. So here I was kind of thinking between bishop f3 and bishop b5, and it looks like here 7-1 bishop f3, rook e7 to cover that pawn, and now the king wants to run out under. Rook e1 just to trade the rook and take the pawn, right? Because who can guard this pawn? Kind of nobody. You could spend a move moving it, but like if you go here, here, now the king's really cut off. b6 to save that pawn. And then probably knight b5 with some growing threats, right? This pawn can't be defended either because we've lost control of all these squares. So then we're playing a5. And now either knight d6, just taking the bishop pair, or more likely knight a7. Oh yeah, trapping the rook. Oops. I was like, and then on to c6 after the rook goes to... Okay, knight a7 winning. So that's why in this position, you'd think that Jeffrey just wants to get heavy pieces off the board, right? To get out of the line of fire for this poor king. But actually, he needs this rook because it's the only piece that can cover b7. Yeah, I'm not surprised this bishop f3 move is looking pretty strong. So rook d7. Now white needs to crank up some more pressure. Right? So bishop e5 was found with the idea of trading on f6 and then playing bishop g4 to win a pawn. It'll force bishop e6, right? So it's bishop e5. But Jeffrey just plays bishop e7, saying this bishop and rook ending he can draw if white tries to win a pawn here. In fact, you just take here and draw right away. So he just says there's no threat. Well, I mean, if he defends the threat, it's not no threat. He did retreat to cover that. So that's clever. What else could Sevian have done here? You can see Sevian burned. Sevian was like half an hour ahead on the clock earlier this game. He's burned all that time in this sequence of 3 moves or so here, trying to find that elusive way to crank up the pressure on that black king. You would assume that white's got something here. Like Sevian, I think, would assume that if you turn on an engine, there's some sick continuation for white. You know, something a little hard to find, something concrete, few moves long, but once you really see it and appreciate it, you're like, ooh, that's definitely something. So he spent a lot of time trying to find it, but I think maybe he didn't find it. Let's see. Rook e3, bishop e6. Yeah, so Jeffrey's saying, like, look, you're looking at doubling on the e file, but that's just not a very soft target. Oh yeah, I know which game you're talking about bouncing across. I commented that game live. It was horrendous game by Aronian. Like one of the worst I've ever seen him play. No, Hardabuna, yeah, I don't want you to tell me the answer. That will spoil all the interest for me. But I'm pretty confident that there was some kind of brilliant line for white in this, somewhere in this position here. Something good. Something that would have really spiced up black's life in a bad way. But I definitely can't find it. I don't think Sevian found it either. Now, of course, the position is still mildly precarious for black. It's not like he's just out of the woods. But he hasn't been knocked out, and that's a good thing for him. That's a good thing for him. A Wonder Liang sacked a pawn in the endgame, so that game is still going to be interesting. And in fact, it's a queenless middle game. It's not an endgame yet. If Robson's getting wiped off the board, I don't see how just yet, Burrito. So, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Certainly I don't see it. Okay, so Jeffrey survived. So it seems. Now, I don't see how white cranks the pressure. Knight b5 to d4 could be nice, but there might still be bishop c5 to deal with there. Yeah. I don't quite see it. And it's black's move. But black's still going to have to be so careful throughout. So, why didn't he go rook d1? Oh, to try and remove the defender of this, huh? Actually, wait a minute. Why even play rook e3? Oh, because the bishop's on it here. Right. Until that moment, he couldn't. So this would have been the first moment that he could go after. Let's say black takes here. And then gonna take here. I think maybe. Oh no. Bishop g4, bishop f6 loses a piece. I was going to say, could we just deal with bishop b7 forever by trading that piece? No, that's an interesting question. You know, in rook c1, which looks good, there's rook d3 check, and maybe grab the pawn. No, no grabbing the pawn. Okay. Rook here. I think this actually, yeah, this is probably the answer. Rook c1 in this position, check. The king can come over here and defend this if it wants, but even if you go here with the king, at this point, there's like bishop b3. And I don't think white's doing that well, even with the pawn. If bishop takes instead of knight, then you're not threatening your bishop takes b7, right? So you're losing like a major step as far as doing anything this game. So I think now the king steps out of the way, trying to bring the rook here. Again, you can play check, but then your bishop can't threaten here. You can come back to f3. But then there's knight to g4, because you don't have rook d3 check anymore. Hitting these pieces, and you're too late to do anything to black. So you need a move to respect knight g4 after king here. This is never going to be winning for white, right? You can never give that up. So, you know, you play a move like h3 or something, black goes rook d8, you go here, black goes here. And black has weathered most of the pressure once again, I think. Or at least for now, you know. So, seems sort of safe for black. That's the live position for them. Back that up. Draw confirmed in the Shanklin game. Oh, and look at how many moves we predicted in this game, folks. Or, sorry, somebody whose name I don't quite know found like the key idea, but we saw this position before when we were talking about this game, right? Right? Found this defense. Queen f3, trade, 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 and now you have to give up the bishop, takes, takes. And in this position, we looked at like rook h3. Yeah, Bruce Mac, you have to go in your settings and actively turn off the eval bars if you want to be able to watch the games with the true sense of awe that the mystery of chess should inspire in us. Rook h3 played as well while we're here. So this is still what we expected up to this point. And here I didn't give you guys any further moves, but obviously like queen f5 is a candidate move in this position among others. Knight f6 is a move, and so on. The most unpredictable top player. Like, their moves are hard to expect, right? Not like their personality or their or something else random, but like whose moves are the hardest to predict. I'm going to guess is what you're talking about when you say an unpredictable top player. Well, maybe Richard Rapport. Maybe Richard Rapport. Although because I've looked at a lot of his games over the last year and a half, he's become a little bit less unpredictable to me, just because I spent a lot of time looking at his games, right? So, looks like 2 people in chat answered that too, but I wasn't reading chat. I was just looking at 2700chess.com, just reading down the names of all the top players for myself. Definitely like a year and a half ago, the answer would have been hands down Rapport, I guess. But I have spent a lot of time looking at his games, and now it's like a little bit less, it's a little less unpredictable to me. No, actually, RD Born, I mean, Rapport is harder for me to predict than super classical super GMs. Because I've seen more of their games than of his games, right? Because there's so many of them. Another really hard to predict player is actually Magnus Carlsen. He might be number 2 after Rapport for me. I mean, did anybody see Magnus's game against Korobov? Do you see this a couple days ago? This was just what? Just absolute, like, I looked at that game, I thought that looks like an angry drunk bullet game. But I've confirmed multiple times that it was a classical game played in a classical tournament with classical ratings and classical time control. And I even saw a little interview that Magnus gave afterwards in which he explained the game very nonchalantly, like it was just a normal game. Just like, yeah, this, that, yeah. You know? Magnus has even played one F3 in that Champions Chess Tour in Rapid Chess, right? In Rapid Chess, he's played like F3, C3, A4, like just really, really plainly horrible moves. So I would say Magnus is number 2, most unpredictable after Rapport. And honestly, you know, Magnus wouldn't be so far ahead of everybody else if his moves were really predictable. It does make sense to me that when there's a gap like that between Magnus and the next best players, there must be things he's doing that no one else is really seeing coming properly. He's got to be surprising people sometimes with some of his moves. You know? Dubov's very creative, Killer Whale, but Dubov's one of the easiest players to predict for me out of anyone in the top. Out of anybody in the top, 40 in the world. Like, his moves are just really... They're aggressive and they're creative, but they're anchored in the same kind of framework of principles and values that I understand and play chess with. And then, of course, I've looked at a lot of his games as well. So, okay, let's go to another game. Hans and Robson, we haven't looked at this at all yet. So, you see this bishop sort of like weirdly just getting beat up on here. At this phase in the game. Trades light squared bishops, which puts the rook in a bad spot, but gives him double outposts. Rook e1, knight f5, knight h4. And he takes the bishop, not the knight, right? This is like, what a moment. Yeah, Deromidi, I thought for a long time that Magnus was playing purposely bad moves to get his opponents out of what they expect. Like, he was being purposely unpredictable with moves that he sees are bad, but within the realm of playable. Like, stuff he can get away with, right? The way I used to think I could get away with playing the Latvian Gambit against other players rated, 1800 to 2200 when I was in that range. But according to like the comments he's made in some public, interviews about some of his games, he seems to think that he's playing, reasonable moves. They are definitely surprising to me. But I've never heard him say, like, yes, I'm playing bad moves. I've never heard him say it that way. Oh, P-Mork is saying that he did confirm that. Okay, thanks, P-Mork. I'm glad to hear that, because I've thought that my whole life, and I've never found a comment where he just straight up admitted it. Suboptimal, not bad, correct, searching for checkers. But look, if you know that X is the best move, and you deliberately play Y, which is the third or fourth best move, by 5/100ths of a pawn or 8/100ths of a pawn or something. I mean, that's definitely, at Magnus's level, that's definitely like he's playing a bad. I'm not saying he's like hanging pieces, right? But he's playing what are to him kind of bad moves. Yeah, I understand how it makes sense. I understand how, like, what the trade-off is, because I've been thinking about this for 10 years or more watching him play. Yeah, in the Arjun match, Bruce Mac, I thought he was still playing, like, correct moves. You got to look at this game I just sent, if you want to see an example, Korobov Carlsen, of moves that look like there's some sort of shocking moves in this game. And just in general, Magnus plays the like the semi-Slav structure, e6, d5, c6, without his dark squared bishop. Like, he plays bishop b4 check and trades the bishop and then plays the semi-Slav. I mean, literally something that you would tell a 1200, like, you're trading your best bishop. Just don't ever do this. That's one of the things Magnus has done that just the most shocks me, is playing Queen's Gambit decline structures with black where he purposely trades the dark squared bishop. That's something that's just, like, blown my mind. He's come up with many variations like that. He's played d4, e6, c4, bishop b4 check, trade the bishop, and then just soldier on without the dark squared bishop. And the positions just look flatly like an advantage for white. I mean, basically his compensation is that the opponents are less familiar with it. It gets them out of, like, repeating book moves that they've memorized from computers. And then also, I think on top of that, he understands something about those positions that other people haven't. Like, he's appreciated a way to play those positions that no one else appreciated before. All right, so let's see what happens. So knight h4, knight g3. A little surprise, right? You would think that this bishop is like a bad bishop, so he would leave it on the board. Maybe he's worried about not being able to contest the d file. He does understand a huge number of positions, Friars, but there's still more. Chess is just, it's crazy. Even Magnus doesn't understand everything. It feels like it to us, But, I think when a 1,000 player talks with a 2,200, the 1,000 player probably feels like the 2,200 knows everything there is, like knows every single position. When I talk to a 2,200, I'm usually like, they don't understand anything. Like, they've learned some basic tactics. They're not hanging their pieces, but it's like talking to somebody who doesn't even know what chess is, to me. And then when I talk to, a strong grandmaster, it's the same thing. It's like they know more about things that they've never played and that I've played all my life than I know about them. Like, the things I know the most about, I know less about than they know about them, even if it's something completely outside of their own repertoire or personal experience. And then I think, yeah. So I think even for Magnus, he probably has, like, all kinds of positions where he doesn't know what's going on. I think it just goes and goes and goes. The game is insane, right, Pumpkin the Cat? I mean, like, what are those moves Magnus is playing in that game? Yeah, when you talk to 1,000 players, it's usually somebody who's like excited to learn some new things, and you can like tell them, share like one idea with them, and they get really excited about it, and it's fun. You know, you can blow their mind a million times over if you want to. That sounds great, fried chicken. I appreciate it. And tell me, Levi. Takes here. It's a surprising move. Takes here. Ray's got 12 minutes at move 20. That's pretty low on time. 7 queen b5. Rook here. Well, that's looking pretty decent. I mean, I guess Hans is going to put a knight on g5 to try and provoke a little weakness. Black will play h6, then I'll have to rearrange the pieces. Try and poke it. Try and get... It's hard to land knight f6 check here. Black's got it pretty well covered. And if you sack the rook to take away one of the defenders, then the queen centralizes, and then you sack and black takes, and you can't even take back because of queen takes h5. It's hard to see where white lands a blow here. Yeah, Levi, that's a good, like, those videos, a couple of those will give you, like, a sense of just how nothing that I know once you talk to somebody like Sam. You know, it feels like I know nothing. Yeah, I got it, P-Mork. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, Hans has just played b3. Just sort of keeping the ball in the air. You know, avoiding rook takes b2, but of course... Bishop takes a3 could be considered. Also queen c6. Just getting more into the middle of the board. This rook could go to c8. I think Ray's doing great here. I think he's doing great. I think... Oh no, you can't ever play rook c8 because of knight g5. Let me not tell you such lies. This is just no. Then you can't play h6 anymore. But, okay, he played rook a2. Overall, I feel like Ray's position should be okay, but this is a weird-looking move, so... My guess would have been, like, minus 0.13 here. And then in a human game, it's like, hard to keep the ball in the air for white. Okay, here's a plan for white. Knight g5, h6, knight f3, and then you play g4, g5 from there. You do allow knight f4, queen h2, knight e2 check, and this is hanging. Shoot, so you can't do it. Like, let me just put an example on the board for you. I'll just sit around for black just to show you what I'm calculating. This would be like the plan to use the hook to make more progress on the king side, right? But it's actually a little bit hard to do this because here, check, right? And this queen's coming in. So it seems not so easy to play g4, g5 actually. What's the live position? I think this is the live position, rook a2. So, Yeah, Ray is definitely one of those people who gets really low on time. Just habitually, time after time after time. That's part of his MO. Queen h2 first to try and do it? Yeah, it's possible. So Hartabuna, I mean, like, first you want to try and come up with some kind of idea where you can slowly poke and create some kind of weaknesses and then attack. Like, White's position needs to be a kingside attack with this space, right? Having given up the c file, the d5 outpost, it's got to be a kingside attack. So you need to, like, make a threat that makes one of these pawns move, then make another threat, you slowly poke your way in. But, you know, Queen h2, it starts to get pretty unwieldy, you know? At some point, it doesn't feel like it has too much impact. And I'm afraid that if it's too hard to do, it's not going to be right. Can black at some point tickle with maybe Queen a7, looking at like f2? Yeah, that's like an example of something you could do with the queen on h2, g4. You put your queen on a7. White can't play g5, takes because of queen f2. So you can use that to restrain the white pieces so they can't go here or here. I don't think you'll really be threatening f5 in many scenarios, but definitely the queen went to h2. It's sort of, now it's really far from getting back into the game. Okay, knight d4, rook a3 played. Ray quickly taking that pawn. I guess Hans wants to just take this, but then there's rook b3, so he's still... So Ray is maybe up a pawn here. Hey, Cartier. Yeah, Harta. Yeah, so pawn gets grabbed. Oh, and this thing comes running up the board now. Ooh la la. It's getting real fast. Real fast. Oh, that's going to be like a heavy threat there. So what does Ray want to do here? Queen a7, king h1. He wants to tickle now. Oh man, this is coming fast suddenly from Hans. f5. Might need to play g6 to prevent it. Might need to play g6. They're at move 25. 15 moves to go to time control. It looks desperate, scary, or somewhere in the middle. It's like right on the edge of desperate, scary. It's like you definitely need to play some good moves as black here. You know that there's some threats coming your way. And now you're considering moves like g5, like g6 and f5, right? Like, but the position's super complicated, you know, like definitely anything could still happen. You're not losing. Black's got tons of resources. Oh no, you can't just play a move to pass a move to get to time control. No, you've got to play good moves here. Gotta keep playing good moves for sure. Yeah, on g6, white would play queen h6 for sure. And then white's got ideas of knight g5, knight f6, king f2, rook h1, knight f3, knight g5. Definitely ideas. Hans is confident, but I don't think he's unobjective. From what I can tell from when he's playing, like he knows when he's defending or when he's pressing, or... But what he has, I think, is in equal positions, he believes in his ability to outplay the opponent. That is different than believing you're winning. And of course, you could be right and I could be wrong, but I think that that's what Hans believes, is that he can outplay the opponent. So and Dominguez heading towards a draw. The one game we haven't looked at yet today, and won't. And Fabi is finally offering a queen trade. Rook A2. Okay, just looking for that restraining counterplay, right? It's like, how are you going to mate me when your pieces need to defend G2, right? And need to block the diagonal and all that. F5, of course, from Hans. The B5 pawn is sort of hanging killer whale, yeah. It's just suddenly not the most important thing on the board. You know, previously if white had taken on B5, Ray would have taken on B3, and that just makes the A pawn a pass pawn. So Hans didn't want to take here before. After Rook A2, could he have now taken here? Perhaps. Perhaps. But maybe he even feared the move F5. Going after this, right? If you retreat, if you send the knight to the wrong square, then takes, you know, knight E3. If you take, then knight takes, bishop takes, and this is hard to defend properly. You can retreat queen F3. Maybe hold the position like that. Could be reasonable. Okay, here, but there's more moves played. After F5, Rook C8. Rook FC8, abandoning the post. No, wait. What's going on? Let me refresh to get the proper position. Rook A2. Here, 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 here. Okay. I don't know where that Rook FC8 move appeared on our board from. But here we are, F5. This is live. Ray's down to 8 minutes. This game got really intense. At the same time, Liang and Yu's game was pretty intense as well that we started with, but we might be on the right situation here. Oh my god, and Xiang and Sevian. Some wild tactics right there. You guys want a little calculation puzzle? H3, A6, right? I said it's still a position to be careful in. Here, Sevian, bishop takes B7 after bishop D6. With the idea of rook B7, bishop E5, right? But rook takes C3 from Jeffrey. And Sevian's coming down on the clock. Let's see what he thinks of this. So what's the idea? The idea is, here if you played this, there's this, I guess. Hitting the rook. And then you end up down in exchange. So he plays here with the idea to leave this bishop hanging, right? So after like pawn takes, he wants to just take. And then take here with 2 pieces against a rook. Rook C3 has been played, same move, bishop E5. Now when you recapture, you lose this. And 2 pieces against a rook. Rook C8, King E7 doesn't seem to change it. Rook E5, Rook B7. Feels like we've had a miscalculation by Sevian when he went for bishop takes B7. And he spent almost like 6 minutes on it. But may have like missed something with this Rook C3, and Xiang is just pouncing, I think. No, it's not necessarily that bad, Hardabuna, but I don't think he wanted this. I mean, I think he's just going to be slightly worse now, and I think he may have missed something here. Unless he's planning to trade the B pawn for the A pawn here, and he's really confident in this position after like Rook A5, Rook B2 or something. But okay, plays b4, keeping stuff on the board. And now Jeffrey needs to keep the a-pawn alive, right? So whether it's knight d5, knight d7, or something. My guess is that Sevian miscalculated a little something there. This position, I think most people would call a small edge for black. Okay, but the fireworks cool down for a second. Let's jump over here to you. Analysis board. Let's catch up on the game. So, without knight e4, without knight d5, in the game, black played queen b6 right here. Knight e4, queen d4, rook d4. Knight e4. Yeah, I mean, this was like, you know, a key moment in the game, but I think the idea was here, 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 here. This was an important variation for them to be looking at. I don't know what else would have happened after queen d2. But he just took his pawn back. We got trades. Trades. Knight d5 going after the bishop. Bishop d2. Bishop c6. The black pieces got out here. Thanks, Rogues. Knight d5. Bishop d2. Bishop c6. Right, and this is where he pushes here, right? Trying to crack all this stuff. This pawn gets sacked over here. I think he trades on e6. And then plays g5 to open up more space, right? So similar to the situation in Xiong versus, or Sevian versus Xiong, you know, it was this like middle game without queens, but with the king like very open. Here, white sacked a pawn and there's still one pawn blocking one file. So it's a bit less scary for black. Let me put the live position for anybody watching there as I catch up. HG5. Bishop G5 trading a piece. Knight comes to grips with this pawn. King E7 defending it, I think, if I remember correctly, where the position is. Then bishop G4. E5 attacking the rook. Rook C4 going after this piece. Rook H6 to try and hold it together. This is so creaking. And now rook E1. A wonder's about to crack him. You guys think Robson's already won? Okay, let me see. Let me see. F5, we were here. Knight C3. Look at that. Relying on that checkmate, that queen on A8. Outperforming the queen on H3 so far from the other game. Knight takes knight, queen G2 mate. F6. Bishop F6. What in holy is going on? What is... Okay. I don't know how you think that Robson's winning. This is... Holy moly. Okay, look, so real quick. Okay, sorry. I gotta go here for the Robson game, right? Okay, so real quick. F6. If he takes the knight, then what's white doing? This? Because queen G4 probably loses to knight F6, right? Real easy. Is he going here? And then come back here? Oh, man. This would mess black up. Heavily, right? You gotta throw in something like this. Black goes for this. This. And then... Oh, knight C6! It's crushing. It's crushing against moves other than knight c3, right? Like if this knight went somewhere other than c3 where it wasn't even threatening a rook, this would be crushing. And here it's over. Here it's over. The point is, if knight takes rook, just knight d8. Wah, wah. So queen f3, probably winning here, right? The knight's hanging, and you just want to trade and then promote the pawn, right? You go knight c6 against like any move. Yeah, that's crushing. So that's why he didn't allow this, because of the rook. So f6. So he takes, still leaving his king completely poorly defended. Knight f6 check, he could take here. And there's a mate, so white can't finish black off. If they play something like queen f3, you can trade off queens and take the rook at the end. Blocky on e2 maybe is a move. So and Dominguez agreed to a draw as expected there. Hans has an extra 20 minutes to really like go deep into this calculation in a way which Ray can't. I mean, like Ray's a good fast calculator, but with 5 minutes, I mean, there's some limits to what you can do. These are positions where I think even strong grandmasters like to put in a 10 to 20 minute think if they can. The live position is this, you know. I think even Puzzle Rushes has nothing to do with this, you know. Puzzle Rush is just, you know it works for you in every position. You just have to play the violent looking move on every move, you know, and it's always right. Sort of. Totally different beast. This is like the true mind-boggling thicket of chess calculation. Absolutely, there's no way Ray's not calculating on Hans's time right now. But, I mean, he's already committed, right? He would have liked to have calculated on his move here, right? Now he's committed. He can try and figure out his follow-ups and stuff, but... But, you know, whenever Hans plays, he has to have something ready. If Hans plays a surprise move, it's going to be hard to deal with it. He's already committed to his move here. You think Hans played too fast? Hans played f5 in 57 seconds, and then Ray spent 5 minutes on knight c3. And Hans played f6 very, very quickly, but what else is he going to do after knight c3? You think Hans missed the move knight c3 completely? Seems a little bit unlikely. Well, what was he going to do other than f5 maybe? Maybe he just thought, like, I got to play f5? That's the point of my position, yeah. But he didn't have to, right? I mean, he could play knight takes b5, and the game is fully interesting. He was not committed at all. This was not like an in for a penny, in for a pound situation. His penny was just sitting there on b5 if he wanted to collect it and keep playing the game risk-free. I mean, that depends on the player, Hardabuna, but in general, everybody tries to win their games. You know, so even if you're low on time, most people try to play the moves that seem best and try to win with those moves. So, did he miss knight c3 potentially on a move he played in under a minute? It's possible. It's possible. He played fast enough, it's possible to miss something. Knight c3, let's go, Ray! And f6 takes. God. I hope you're right, Ray. I hope you calculated more than I believe a human can calculate in in 5 minutes. I mean, he didn't spend Ray did spend just over 5 minutes on knight c3. So this is, he probably expected f6 and he's calculated some lines. So it's not like he's just guessing here. Like, he put in some effort. He's got some reason to believe this thing. He won't make 2,700 even if he wins this game. He's 7.5 points away, and he'll get 5.1 points if he wins this game. So he'll still be 2.4 points away from 2,700, even if he wins it. But it will be a great step. And Ray needs to win a game at some point this tournament. You know, I said he got off to a great start, drawing with Shanklin, Caruana, Dominguez, and Aronian with 3 blacks in 4 games. All against players over 2,700. All the top players except Wesley out of the way. But then, in round 5 on Sunday, he drew with white against Dariush, you know, who's one of the lower rated players, and that's one of his whites. So at some point, Ray does have to win some games if he is going to maybe get to 2,700 or win the tournament here, maybe. So, all right, knight f6 check is played after like 8 minutes by Hans, and Ray recaptures in 1 second. This thing thinks. Trying to use a pre-move. Knight comes back to f3, stopping the checkmates. I was thinking knight e2 and rook e2 were maybe also moves, but this is certainly a logical one. And the idea from white is now knight takes rook, pawn takes, right? And you're just playing for checkmate. Queen d5, stopping queen g5, queen h6. Right? Ray has taken the rook. Quickly. Quite quickly. I guess, I mean, this like variation is slightly straightforward. He could have gone reasonably far into this one, you know, into e takes f6 and all that. We could have if we were working harder. What are we doing, folks? Let's decide if this is winning or losing. Come on. We're not chopped liver. We can do it. E takes f6. E takes f6, king h8, queen h6, rook g8, winning. E takes f6, king h8, knight g5, queen g2 mate. E takes f6, king h8, rook takes d1. Some complications continue, but let's say queen a7 check, king h1, queen f2, rook g1, queen g3. That will be promising for black. E takes f6, king h8, rook d1, queen a7, rook d4. Not over. E takes f6, queen a7 check. I'll throw it in first when the king has to go to h2 because of king h1, knight f2. E f6, queen a7, king h2, king g8 there. So now I'm ready for queen g5 or queen h6 with rook g8, but now I'm allowing knight g5. Rook g2, king g2, queen f2, king h3. Nah. ef6, rook d1, queen a7, rook d4. ef6, king h8, rook d1. Okay, we've already paid the king h8 toll. That's good. Queen a7, rook d4, rook to d2. Queen g5. Shoot! Rook d1, king h2, rook g8. Okay, that's still winning. In a moment, Magic Tuna. I'm trying to like calculate at the speed at which this is going to try and quickly figure out what's going on. Okay, I show you a thing or two. So king h8, I think, is going to be played by Ray. I'm surprised this move hasn't come quickly. Now against queen h6 or queen g5, he has just rook g8. Fine. Right? Against knight g5, he has checkmate on g2. So the issue is that white can take the knight, and now it's only an exchange sack, right, folks, with a pawn on f6. It's dangerous. If you're Ray and you've got 5 minutes, this situation is dangerous. You have to sort of look ahead. What are you doing from here? So I was calculating queen a7, Rook d4, rook to d2. You can't use rook d8 to go after this because that rook is needed to stop the checkmate. Right? So you need rook d2 to try and break the opponent. Then queen g5, threatening mate and hitting the rook. And for a second I thought I was fried, but you go rook d1 check. The rook can't take, right? So king here. Now you go rook g8. And if white trades off stuff, black can still win this endgame with queen against rook and knight with an outside pass pawn. So here, I think black's okay, right? Rook g8 holds it together. That's what I'm thinking. King h8 is played. Rook d1 is played. That's my main line at the moment. Is queen a7. The other part of queen a7 was like this point here of just coming in with the queen, right? Then rook g1 and queen here. Something like this. You could also try and move the rook immediately to the g file as black, yeah. But then, you know, queen f7 if white hasn't committed the queen's position. Or, yeah, I don't know. Also, white's got the idea of like rook d4 to h4 or rook d7 to f7. You got to be pretty careful with this position, I think. So I was motivated to try and, you know, cut white down immediately here with queen a7 to f2, gaining this queen into power. I mean, another option is queen e4, just like a blatant centralization. Looking at this kind of stuff, you have to double check queen f7 before you do this. Check if here you have mate, and if here you've got check covering this square, right? And then take, and you can block. So queen e4 is a powerful centralization. That's probably winning for black. That's probably winning. I mean, it does play into this. Check here with plans to use the rook, right? You feel a little bit why I wanted to cut white down. Okay, rook g8's been played. Rook g8's been played. So now, yeah, I mean, if queen f7, you know, maybe he's thinking rook g3 is very, very dangerous on your back rank, but you're covering queen g7 still and you're looking to break through, right? Rook g2 check, queen f3, that kind of stuff. So he might have calculated that. There's three moves that could win here for black after rook d1. Queen a7, queen e4, and rook g8. Honestly, there's a fair chance that all three of them win, but the key is you need to look a couple moves ahead and sort of, you know, have calculated the one you choose reasonably well. Well, that's what I was trying to calculate, Hardabuna. I was trying to calculate, like, here, 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 you know, here, and there's knight g5. Which is tough move to handle right there. But, you know, honestly, I don't know. It's real tough. Yeah, it may be. I mean, there are ways to there are ways to mess this up for black, probably. Like this looks pretty messed up. Queen f6 mate, rook takes, queen f5 mate. Queen f5, knight f7. The threat from white is knight g5. That's something we're trying to sort of prevent as black. Okay, so here's the position. Rook g8, king h2 was played by Hans. Raise under 4 minutes. Probably looking at queen e4 among other moves. Is time an issue? Yes. It's not just going to be an issue. It is an issue right now, Bloody Nine. Like Ray would want to have more time on the clock right now. He would want to have, what would I say, 10 to 15 minutes here. He's played queen e4, which I think is the only good-looking move here. Rook d7 played, and now maybe he's got queen g6 trading into an endgame. But even then, it's like this, you know, white trades and gets this f-pawn as a pass pawn. Right? Pawn takes, knight g5 threatening rook h7 mate. How do you stop checkmate right there? And if you take with the rook to keep the knight out, then I guess rook f7, right? And this pawn is somewhat threatening, right? A little bit of a problem. Still some complications in the endgame. So something else happened. Rook d7, Ray played queen e2. Threatening checkmate. Queen h3. Queen takes knight. He's got him. That's it. That's it. Come on, Ray. Rook f7. Rook f7, queen f5. Or e4. Rook f7 played. Oh, queen e2 from Ray. You know, not queen g6. Oh, Ray. Now he's sort of in that puzzle rushing territory, and he's got the 30 seconds per move. Plays rook g2 to go queen h5 to f7. Yeah, this is it. He's done it, Ray Robson! Gets his first win of the 2022 U.S. Championships. We're about halfway into the tournament at this point. It's round 6 out of 13. Come on, Ray. That was great. Rook g2. Yes, he can calculate. Ray can calculate for sure. That was intense. The Iranian game looks pretty intense too. There's a king on f3. And Schwiertz has sacked a piece. And, what the? And there's a rook hanging to a pawn, but the pawn can't take it. All right, resignation comes in here. Let's go to the next game. Hey, Hardabuna, all these games are worthy and interesting. Look at this game here. This game's pretty cool, too. Look, I mean, like, white's like up a piece, but weird craziness. But let's check in on Aronian, because this is... That Ray game was pretty textbook for understanding those positions with the space advantage with the pawn on e5 and the rook coming into c2. That's a really instructive game and situation. Okay, so here's the situation right now. Notice that from Dariush's position, he can't take here because of rook check. King can't go to f8 because of the queen. Has to come here. And then something's going to go wrong, I guess. Check. Yeah, I mean, you just can't block the diagonal, right? So, here, check, here. Now you've opened up the 7th rank for the queen. Or just the 7th rank for your own rook, and you go take this. So, it can't be taken. Queen d5 was played by Dariush. If king... Here, does he have check and check as a repetition? You can't play bishop c1 as Levant to stop perpetual because pawn takes rook will be winning for black. Is there anything here that he wants to do? I don't think so. That blocks the rook. Then pawn takes rook winning. He's got to just repeat, right? Is there e4? Queen d3 winning. No, he's got to go back. 9 minutes for Levant. Almost 10. Almost 3 for Dariush. Looks like black has a draw in hand, minimum. So now we should ask, is there a way for Dariush to win? 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's down a pawn and a piece. So he would need to land a fairly substantial blow in order to win here. Caruana is up in exchange for a pawn against Morad Yabadi in the endgame. That looks fairly promising for Fabi on another board that we haven't looked at as much, but it was also a game which on another day would have been the most interesting game and well worthy of watching throughout. There's just many of those games today. D2 hangs. So on king e2, queen d2, king f1, queen d1 mate, king back up, queen back to d5, king e2, queen d1 mate. Oh, Levon's done. This round is so exciting, right? I previewed it at the beginning, and folks may have thought that I was like hyping it up when I looked at the openings after 15 minutes and said we could have some pretty intense games. But rook e4 has been played and instantly f5 from Dariush. I had totally overlooked this candidate move, but let me just show you the calculation why this move loses. Right? Is check, here mate, or here queen d5. Right? If you ever go to g4, they can take the rook, so you need to leave this open. So king can't go there, and if you come back, there's mate. So, so the king couldn't like survive on these squares. White has to block with the rook. This rook, Dariush will take. Bishop c3 played just so the king can flee this way and not get mated on d2. But now black has a rook against a bishop and a pawn with the white king in a bad way, and Dariush is low on time, but other than that, he is beating on Levon like it's a drum. Like the guy's a drum. Not now, Portal God, not now. I'm watching. Check here, yep. I'm kind of expecting maybe this f4 move here, but I don't rightly know what's going to go on this low on time. This is the U.S. Championships we're watching, Portal God. This is the U.S. Championships. And they're at a very, very intense point. Black in this game has 2 minutes on the clock. In a very, very good position, but fairly challenging and not much time. I'm going to bet on Dariush to win the game, but it's not at all a given. Magnus something, yeah. He's not playing in this because he's Norwegian. But we've got some very, very good players in the United States right now, Portal God. Out of the top 10 or 12 players in the world, there are probably four Americans, maybe 5. Okay, Aroni and Dominguez lost a few points here. They're in the top 14. There are 5 Americans in the top 14 players in the world. And 4 of them are at this tournament. So this is very, very high level. There are also several talented American juniors in this tournament who are taking a shot at the big names. F4 was played, got that right. Rook F3, I would think that would be the only defense to cover this and these angles. Then check, king comes in here. What's he trying for? God, what he wants is to like sack this rook and bring the second rook. You know, if you're Dariush, this is what you want to play, folks. I don't mean to shock you, but this is the move you're hoping works as black in this situation. And then just here. That's what it is. If the bishop moves away, you've got mate on d1. It looks like queen c1 is going to refute it. So that won't quite work. But that's what you want to do. You just want to sack the rook back for the bishop, crack open the d file, and mate white. You're not looking to play some long endgame with the rook against the bishop. Hardabuna says, maybe just g5, g4 and trap this rook. Yeah, you probably could. I don't think you're going to get perpetual checked because your queen's covering the weak diagonal and you can put a rook on the 7th rank covered by the queen. So you could absolutely play g5, g4 to win here. I've got a board, Portal God, where their moves are relayed, but I can like click around on it, and then I can go back to the moves they're playing. Queen b1's been played. He repeated once just to get more time on the clock, although he only added a few seconds. He didn't really add substantial time. And now he plays rook d7, covering this and this. And he just covers some issues, takes it slow. White is kind of stuck in a death situation, but I do like Hardabuna's idea. I do like g5, g4. I do like it. Yeah. And Portal God, if you want to try it out for yourself, check it out. You can do it too. Like, here's the board of this game that I'm happening to be looking at right now, Aronian and Schwiertz. And you can load that up and see how it works. You know, make some moves, take back some moves, draw some arrows on the board. And the correct moves will continue to get relayed to your board, but you can also tool around. Yeah, g5, e4, rook h3. Rook d7 looks pretty solid from Dariush. Pretty solid from Dariush. Liang and you have gone to a rook and pawn ending. Oh my god, Mordiabadi is forking a king and a rook. Is he... But his knight's hanging on a4. What is... It's pretty crazy too. The queen trying to get some control of the light squares. And also, you know, it's always good to have your eyes on the tactics. So now it's easy for black to hang a rook, depending on what they do, right? Very easy. For example, this move looks tempting. Rook d4, right? Brilliancy, right? Takes, check. Oh god, king here, mate. Beautiful, absolutely brilliant, except that, you know, oops. So the rook can't move. Okay, one idea is to bring the second rook to the second rank now. So you just don't have hanging rooks, right? That's a pretty good idea. If you're trying to play it safe, if Dariush is not trying to like calculate a kill, but just trying to like keep it safe, not lose on time, he's got 4 moves to play till he gets an extra 30 minutes added to the clock, then he can play a move like rook e to e7. It feels like maybe his style of move here. Okay, Levi's saying that we can set up my rook d2 idea if you play rook d8 here. Then you're threatening check, king here, and sorry, and then rook to d2. Let me try and show the idea. a3, stupid mark, here, check, here, check, right? And then you just deliver checkmate. That's absolutely the kind of thing you want to do. Oh, look at that. After 2 minutes of thought, he repeats one more time. Dariush, repeating is like brilliant for getting to move 40, but you have to do it faster than 30 seconds per move for it to make sense. And Liang and you have reached a draw. A well-fought game that we couldn't understand. But yeah, truly tripling here is just absolutely brutal. I don't know what Guram means, Yankes, but yeah, Dariush is originally from Poland, but he's been living in the US for a while and intends to stay. Is it chess language to use the numbers and letters? Absolutely, Portal God. Chess language is like queen d3. And you can read along the moves as well. You know, qh1 or qb1 is queen b1 check. ke2 is king e2, queen d3, etc. At the moment, the white king is on e2, exactly. And it's got to get off of e2. It's white's move. Looks like Fabi's up a healthy extra pawn. Probably going to win. You know, Black's going to win 3 games this round, I think, with 4 draws and no wins for White today. King E1 played, finally. So now Rook E8 if you're going for a kill, or Rook E7. I don't feel like Dariush has that, like, kill in him. You know what I mean? It feels like he just doesn't have that feeling of just killing. White will have Queen C4 to go to an endgame anyway, right? Yeah. So it doesn't even kill. So I'll move 38. He's got 3 more moves to make. Levon must be really suffering at this tournament right now. It's hell when your rating's going down and every game's skilling so hard, and opponents who you used to just feel better than seem to be your equal. It's really rough when it's suddenly like, why is everybody so good? And, oh, I guess maybe I've gotten worse, but I can't see how. And, oh, definitely can't be having fun right now, Levon. Dariush down to 20 seconds showing? Jesus. King H7. Supposedly with like 4 seconds left on the clock. You can see that Dariush is just like a nervous mess here. No confidence to finish this off. I guess on Queen C4 he could avoid a queen trade now if he wants to. But I don't know exactly where he would go or what he would do, because you don't want to concede space to the white queen either. I mean, you just have to believe that you can win this endgame. It's tough to win. It's just borderline winning. Honestly, G5's good in the endgame too, right? Like here, 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 you should play G5, right? Hold the F-pawn, keep this rook bad. I mean, G5 has just been a good idea, you know? I gotta say, it was just simply a good idea, Hardabuna, to put that pawn on G5. Play against, like, the rook, solidify the F-pawn. That's just been the way to go. Well, Portal God, you're going to have to learn what stalemate and checkmate are and learn to tell the difference between them. You need to checkmate your opponent if you want to win a game. And to do that, you need to sort of surround the king but actually give check at the end. Queen C4, Levon doing what he's got to do. He offers the queen trade. Dariush with seconds on the clock, I think, should trade the queen and play G5. Could also just play G5 and let the trade happen on D3, maybe. Yeah, that looks good. But he trades here. Seemingly with 2 seconds on the clock on that move. Whew. That's very dangerous, Nietzsche Nayak. To go queen B1 and take on A2. It's very, very dangerous. I guess maybe it would have worked. But like check here, king here, and then white can take here because of the rook. And now, you know, now you're still playing a game with complications in the middle game. And he's scared. I can tell you, Dariush is scared. But he found G5 at least, which was good. I can tell he's just like worrying about blowing it more than he's thinking about like just playing some good moves. As somebody who's been down to 2 seconds on the clock, living off that 30-second increment, I know that he's terrified. All right, so that's move 40. He gets an extra 30 minutes. He'll be able to calm down and probably win this one. Probably. There will be extra time. It's just not showing up yet, but he's got an extra 30 minutes. Let's check on the other game. Let's see if they've got move 40 yet. Nope. 95. going to set it up on my board. And go here. They start with an hour and a half. They get 30 seconds added every move. So every move they get a few seconds to at least like execute the move, write the move on a score sheet. Everybody has to keep track of the moves themselves, writing down their moves on a piece of paper. And then when they get to move 40, they're getting an extra 30 minutes on top of that 30 seconds per move. Moriarty had 8 seconds left when playing f4 here. Good fighting move. If he just hangs around, Caruana can pick him off at g2, h3, or rook a2, rook a3. These pawns are very, very hard to defend. So he tries to throw some tactics at the king using his good knight and his good rook, right? Knight f4 if you take. f5 trying to push the king off this pawn maybe if you don't. Fabi has to decide if f5 is really a threat or if he can just drop back. Should he just take this pawn, allow f5, come here? Maybe. Fabi's got 5 minutes to ponder. 2 moves left to make. It's move 39 right now before he gets the half hour. He could play f5, yeah, if he needs more space for the king. Does allow knight e7 to f5, though, which is probably not what you wanted, right? Rook takes. Check. Maybe even king g5 coming up. Rook b3. Rook g3. Completely winning for black. Yeah, I think he can just take on g2 here. I think Fabi's winning comfortably. Knight e7's check. So you can't take on e4. It's check here. I mean, it's not completely unplayable, but I don't think this is what Exquisite Corpse was wanting here. Don't think this is what the corpse wanted. I think it's pretty simple. You just take here. I don't see white's idea. Do you guys see an idea for white? After check, king up. Right here. If you maneuver the knight anywhere, the king can come to f4. Powerful, right? So you can't play any cool tricks with your knight. How's the rook going to get the king? We've got this file covered. And next move for black is just rook g3. Simple, right? White's got the pawns on a3 and h3. I think that's done. All right, he's just played rook takes g2. So it's not necessarily that like other moves for black were terrible, like f5 suggestion is playable, but I think this move is just better than anything else, right? It's just winning the game. You come here, next you come here, right? If white trades rooks, then black's winning the endgame easily with 2 extra pawns, and a3 is also still in danger, even after rooks come off. And if white runs away with the rook, then you can take on h3 and start pushing this pawn. Rook g2, knight e7's been played. Check. Okay, the knight's going to come to f5 to stop this, but then he's going to get this pawn too. So I think he goes like here. And then against knight f5, takes here. And now black's position is so good that, like for example here, you can play rook g3. Like this, probably. Maybe king here? That may have been too hasty. Maybe we can't quite do that. In which case, it's not necessarily easy. Oh, just a lot of experience, Elkson. King h5. Okay, Fabi's played the move, which seems like the right move. So now against this move here, what will he play? Maybe he'll head over to a2 or something. Okay, so white traded the pawn. Now you would expect fe5, but you also have to calculate rook g3 here. Rook g3 looks really good. Just ignoring the pawn on e5. Looks crushingly good, because if white takes, you're threatening g2, g1, queening. So now white still can't do any of this. They have to play king here. And now you can recapture. Now you've got this passed pawn, and you've got bishop a3 coming. And you've got the rooks off the board. So that's done. That's looking like game over right there. Rook g3, if the rook tries to do something funky here, maybe you don't want takes with check and rook takes bishop, so maybe you take back. But now you got your rook into the third rank, right? So white does whatever white's going to do, and you get rid of this. You know? I don't know, knight takes here, it just doesn't matter to black. Black's completely winning by now. Plays here, preparing this, etc. That's the end there. I think rook g3. Fabi's down to 3 seconds, it's showing. Oh, but they've made move 40, right? So he can use 30 minutes that aren't showing on the clock. He can use here if he wants to. So that said, I don't think the position is so complicated. I don't think that thinking an extra 5 minutes we're going to see any big surprises here. I think it's going to be rook g3 and resignation basically here. Of course, because I'm not using a computer like other commentaries do, I could be blundering something and there could be some big shock waiting for us, right? So there's always that little extra suspense. That's right, Exquisite Corpse. That's right. It would be helpful for viewers if the clocks didn't show 000 Dripman. I don't know if you have any control over this product, but it's like no matter how many times we tell people that there's a time control at move 40, it's just, you know, in terms of having thousands of new people coming into the chess world every day, it's always confusing to have the clock show 000. Because another thing is, like, people who are new to chess, they legitimately believe that a professional player might lose on time, right? Like, not like believe like they think it's going to happen, just like they don't have that knowledge that it's never going to happen, right? So without just knowing that, you know, it remains kind of a big question. Oh, I got to move wrong. I missed something with Rook G3? Was it not the end of the world, Rook G3? I swear it was the end of the world. How could I be wrong? And yet, how could Fabi be wrong? Rook G3, Rook D5 I looked at, and I beat the hell out of Rook D5. Rook G3, King E2, that's completely winning for black, right? Because the A3 pawn's gone now, and we've got time to take back here, right? Once the rooks are off the board, this game is over. Black will be up 2 pawns and 3 if we take on A3. But Fabi was at time control. There's no way that I'm right. He stopped and he thought. You know, if he didn't see Rook G3, he would just recapture, like, super obvious move, more or less, right? So if he thought about this and he rejected it. What am I missing? I am sideways, and I have a headache from staring at my computer screen. Jesus. Well, you guys can see on the live position below me that the game's advancing. Rook G3. I mean, I put the variations on the board a minute ago, Dripman. I don't know what else I would have to add. Like here, for example, I played rook takes, pawn takes, and I said because of the threat of G2, white can't take or do anything with this situation. They have to play King F1, right? Anything else, it'll be queens next. So, I mean, there's also this move here, check, here, technically, but, you know, black can take back, or take here, or queen, and the king can't approach anymore, so that's, I mean, that's nothing really to look at. So that was rook takes, pawn takes. You know, I basically said king F1, pawn takes, and then next move, white can't even stop bishop A3. So I think that's pretty gone. The other line I looked at briefly was here. Now, because of maybe checks being annoying, I thought I'd take back, and then I played knight F5 for white, and I played rook takes H3 for black, and I didn't see anything for white to do other than take this pawn. I mean, the rook's trapped. There's nothing. There's no mates. The king's got room, so I played here. Here, takes, and then H3, H2 is coming. It's totally dead. I calculated a little further than this. This is just what I showed on the board, but basically this would be like the move you would calculate if you were playing a game, and then you'd see this move rather than defending or defending, check here. And now, in this position, if rook takes, the pawn's gone, right? But in this position, if king here to try and stop the pawn, you have check. King here, and the pawn's gone as well already. So, the only move that maybe still stops the pawn for a moment is this one. And then black can also move this passed pawn along, and you just have to get behind that one with that rook, and we get you know, b3. And yeah, I mean, it's just clearly winning endgame. I don't know how much further I should show it, but like, I don't think there's going to be a surprise engine draw for white in this line. Plus, black had like 6 other choices along the way in what I just showed. Like, many, many different ways to try to win this. Those were my variaciones. Oh, there's been a resignation already in the game while I was still worrying about it. Okay, what did they do? He played fe5, fe5. Okay. Rook f3, rook g3. Rook check, king here. Rook check, king here, and then white resigned. G5 was played Hardabuna, yeah. They're not done yet. We'll go over to that game. It's the only game still going. Yeah, I mean, I guess the rook could take here now, and it doesn't matter too much, right? Because black collects everything else. I guess the answer is it just didn't matter. It just didn't matter. It only mattered to me. It didn't matter to Fabi. He saw that everything was winning, and he picked one way. Yeah, Levon's game is still going. We're going to switch over there now. Back a couple pawns. It's something like, but not necessarily, this position. White's just played c5. I guess black could go rook b8, threatening rook b1. White would have king c1. Sophie's game looking good. Ponzu Dream, sorry, in that other position, Murad Yabadi resigned because in the end, Fabi's going to pick up the pawns on both. Sorry. So in the end, Fabi's going to pick up the pawns on both h3 and a3. And then he's got past b pawn and past h pawn. And white can't deal with it. The pawn's advantage here is just out of control for a GM level game. Black's about to have 5 pawns against 1 or 2. That's a 3 or 4 pawn advantage. It's just, yeah, you can resign easily. How come yours aren't as strong? Yeah, there's a lot of skill levels in chess. It's a tough game. Well, a lot of the rounds of the U.S. Championship, if that's what you're talking about, Hardabuna, a lot of the rounds I'm kicking off while my kids are in school, and then Kostya's coming in and finishing it up when my kids come home. But today is like one day a week where we let the kids play at school after class is done. Okay, so here we've got our position. Dariush has used half of the 30 extra minutes he got. We got 16 minutes left. No more time to be added other than the 30-second increment. Endgame's looking reasonably good for him. You know, white couldn't do this because rook c8 picks off the c pawn. This white rook is still fairly badly placed, but it's not dead yet. Is f2 hanging? Am I just now noticing that rook f2 is just hanging? Okay. F2 was doomed throughout, I guess. So maybe there's some counterplay with c6, d5, and the pawns start rolling a little bit, huh? It might make sense to bring the second rook to e2 here, right? Yeah. You know, I was thinking of rook e2 when it suddenly occurred to me that rook f2 was possible. You know, I was actually... That's what made me notice it. I'm not sure how I would play this as black right here. Rook b8 is an easy win. On rook b8, threatening mate, it's going to be king c1. And there's nothing to like instantly convince white to resign. Right? Yeah, the idea of maybe getting a rook to c2 is interesting to control this, but if white can keep this defended, they can just cruise on down. Okay, let's try a really straightforward variation, okay? We're just going to collect these pawns. The point of the variation I'm about to show you is to queen this pawn here, okay? So we take here, white goes for their counterplay, right? Now g4, right here. The rook kind of needs to keep the bishop stable, so this is the most likely move. Then you go here. Now, c7 or d5, whatever, you just go here. And this pawn is gone, right? White can't stop it anymore, right? c7, check, here, mate. Okay, king here, f2. Right? c8, the rook's on it, whatever. Similarly, you can play here to try and get a tempo with this. Check, here, here. e7. Queens. Queens. Check, here, here, etc. Right? And clean up. That's... I mean, it's concrete. It's not like a simple generalizable thing. It depends on timing and some calculation. But I think the first thing you do in a position like this maybe is just calculate, what if I just, you know, take f2, g2, and queen this pawn? I think that makes sense to look at. If you go g4 right now, there's rook h4. And these pawns are a little bit loose. That's why in my variation I took once first. And then after either c6 or d5, I played g4. Now if white plays rook h4, it's just putting the rook in a bad spot, right? I'm covering this anyway and going for this, and this rook's just stupid. So that's why I took on f2 once first before playing g4. And it looks pretty convincing to me at first thought, right? Yeah, Ilgson, it doesn't really matter to me if I look at the position from white side or black side. I don't really have like a perspective thing. I'm used to doing analysis with friends where we pop back and forth between suggesting ideas for white or for black, you know, like postmortems after a game, but also just investigating games with friends, looking at games that you've seen at tournaments, or out of a book, and you'll sort of fluidly switch off between saying like, I like black here, there's this move, and your opponent slash analysis partners like tries to defend, and then finally they agree with you, and then they try some, and they say, but wouldn't this also win? You're like, no, I don't believe in that move as much, and you switch to playing for white instead of for black, right? And yeah, it just goes fluidly. It doesn't matter what side of the board you're on. Yeah, Hardabuna, you might mess with the bishop in your variation as well. I'm not saying my way is the only way to win, but I don't love making that trade you made and being left with these isolated pawns here. I understand you've got this move, and you're definitely messing with that bishop. Yeah, enough to win the game probably, actually. Bishop d2, rook d3, bishop e1, rook f1. So the bishop's sent to like a5 or something. I understand you're closing in on the kill here. You know, rook a3 to go here, bishop b4, rook b3. I understand it looks like you're maybe a move away from some like checkmate, basically. But if you don't hit that checkmate, you're kind of out of candidate pass pawns to win the game with. So to me, that's like a slightly riskier idea where I would have to calculate. I don't know. It's slightly harder calculation for me, and that might just be me personally. But to me, that's a little bit harder to calculate than the first thing that I went with. Which is takes and then g4. My way felt pretty easy to me. Your way looks like it wins too. I would just feel like a touch less confident calculating all the squares the bishop could go to and all that. And again, with your way, if white just plays rook d3, you're back to doing the same thing that I did. Rook f2, c6, rook g2, c7, f3, right? So it's only really giving white an extra option. If they go like this, you have to do the same thing that I was just doing, I think, with rook f2. So I might as well just calculate rook f2 for that reason too. That might be one of the reasons I do it in the order I do. And basically, the risk we're trying to mitigate at this point is that we've miscalculated something, right? The position is, for a grandmaster for sure, I don't know exactly at what point this wouldn't be the case, but for a grandmaster for sure, this is a position that you can calculate to a win, like to the end, like you're done, you know the game's over, right? I feel like at my level, if I had 20 minutes on the clock as well, I would try to calculate it to a win, and I'd have a pretty good shot at doing it. So, at what point a player would have to still wouldn't be able to see to the end and would have to use some evaluation and instinct and save some time for later, I don't know exactly. But at their level for sure, it's just like you calculate to the end of it all. And I think for doing that, we're not like minimizing risk in the sense that something unexpected could happen. We're going for variations where there's less, like the risk we're minimizing is just a miscalculation. So it's like playing a variation that has 1 branch versus 3 branches versus 7 branches, right? And generally this is something manageable that you'd be confident in, but my confidence goes up in the really simple variation that I did first. Yeah, I think now everybody's feeling bad for Levant at this point. Or, I think a lot of people are feeling a little bit bad for him. Rook b8, king c1. Obvious move to stop mate. And we'll see what the follow-up is. Yeah, I don't see any special follow-up to this, but Dariush may have found something other than me, but I didn't see any special follow-ups. So I prefer just leaving the rook on the e-file. It's cutting the king off from the passed pawns. There's some rook e3, rook e2, rook e1 spots that are reasonable. But a bit of a cheapo. I think rogues that, yes, we can take on f2 next. White's next move could be something like d5, depending on what black does. If you wanted to play super defensively, you can freeze these pawns with either rook c8 or rook d8. Both moves freeze the pawns, right? Rook c8 stops c6 and stops d5. And rook d8 stops d5, and on c6, you can just win the pawn by attacking it like that. You see? You attack it where d5 is hanging, and you just get behind it. So if so desired, black can definitely freeze the pawns, but I think like rook f2 is kind of what you want to do. If white had played bishop d2 instead, probably rook's double on the second rank. Unless you think rook d3 is a good resource. Might be. That was just like a weird idea to try and win, which is g4, f3. It's not super smooth. It probably just barely gets the job done. Like if white takes, then you take. And this is like the idea of doubled rooks, is you can threaten checkmates from both sides. So it just can't be covered, you know, like here, you know, check, here, check, or whatever, you know, so. Of course, white doesn't have to take on f4 and widen the second rank. So if you have a position like this and you play f4, white can try and queen, and you go here. And that's the point. If the rook takes, you get this. And then here. Yeah, I don't know. This is not how I would do it, right? Because we're doing this. This is not how I would play this as black. King c1 on the board, and Dariush down to 5 minutes. Oh, Dariush. I was definitely betting on you to win this game, but not like 100%, because you're just not confident enough for me to be totally confident in you. I think if I tag in, I could beat Levon for you. Oh, my friend. Fabi has turned up the heat, Zelda. Fabi played the Sicilian, played for a win with black, showed the difference in level that I wanted him to show. Fabi gave us what we wanted today. But what I wanted the most was Ray Robson to win today, and he delivered as well, folks. If anyone's just joining us now, here are the results so far real quick. You can see 2 wins for black, Ray Robson and Fabiano Caruana. If you go to 2700chess.com, you'll probably find Ray Robson at 2697.6. That's my guess. 2697.6. He's still going to need to win at least one more game this tournament to break 2700, but he is 1 game away from it now. And he played a fantastic game today, a model game, a teaching game. You know, the kind of game which if you're a chess teacher, clip it and you can use it for your students in the future. We had a barn burner of a draw between Liang and Yu as well. Great games there, and between Sevian and Xiong. And you can see Dariush has taken the pawn on f2, so we're going to go back to our analysis there. Fabi's sort of running away in first place in the tournament a little bit right now, right? He's probably 2 whole points ahead of everybody else. Or sorry, 1 whole point, 2 whole wins. You know, +2. He's going to be like at +3 in 6 rounds, I think. 3 draws and 3 wins. And then we're going to have 1 or 2 players at +1, like Ray Robson and a Wonder Liang. So, check out what he does. He goes, rook takes f2. Now d5 comes. And g4. Exactly what I would have done, Dariush, but with these pieces here. I don't think this stupid mate in 1... You spent 5 minutes to think of this mate in 1 threat. Aronian stopped the mate in 1 threat, and now your rooks are on a slightly worse square. I still think this approach will make it, just barely. Or maybe not even just barely. I still think it's going to work. But it was much clearer with rook e8, king d1 to me. Noticeably clearer. Too tempted to check. Bishop d2, rook b2, rook d3, g4, king e2, stopping the move f3. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I really don't like this Heart of Buna. I don't like this rook over to b8. I like the variation that I came up with. There may be some other way to win, but it's hard to motivate myself to find another win once I found one. You know? Because fundamentally, I spent most of my life as a chess player, not even as a teacher or commentator. Like, I spent so much time as a chess player that it's hard to break out of that perspective of you find one win, you make dang sure it works, you look really hard for resources for the opponent, you refute those resources, and you go for it. And there's nothing else to look for or do, you know? So rook g2, g4. Levon thinking here. But, I mean, he's basically, like I assumed in this kind of position, rook d3 before. What else is there? There's rook h4, rook g2 looks really, like, beside the point here, right? Rook h5 gives you some kind of scope. If you want to maybe, like, get behind the f-pawn in some cases, right? And then you've got some checks, but they won't matter. There won't be any perpetuals. But you're behind the pawn, you know? And then you go over here. Still like f2, here, check, here, queens, rook takes, c8, and it wins, right? Like, even this is just, he's gone to h1, interesting, right? Because here you've got these pawns to win at the end once you sack one rook back for the pawn. If white tries, what would be like the trickiest move? Like bishop a5? Yeah, that's the trickiest. That threatens d8. No, but d8, there's just rook takes because of the king. White's undone by a final stupid little tactic. That gives black time for g3, king off to the c file, right? g2. And on d8, black can just take twice because this is coming. I don't know if this would be easy to win if the king hadn't been on the c file. I don't know if we would have been in time here if the king had already been on b2. Maybe not. It might be a draw. By one tempo if white's king weren't on the c file. Anyway, let's go back to the live position since this isn't happening. I wouldn't say we handled that easily, but I mean, a win is a win. That was winning for black. So g4, rook h1 was played. Dariush has 3 minutes now. Man, you're making David worry. This rook's on b8. Sorry about that, folks. All right, this is the live position again. You'd think that rook g2 would still do it, but I see he's just slowing down the queening process by having a rook on the first rank and waiting for these two pawns to overwhelm that rook. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Now, maybe rook b3 fishing here, right? Because the rook d3 was anchoring the bishop and motoring the pawn. So you come here. Maybe rook b3 is the way to do it. Has he done something? He moved something. What did he move? g3? What in blazes? Was this move just completely crushing? Or was it crushing? Bishop d4, I guess. That's why I don't like the variations where you fight the bishop with your rook. It's a little, it's a little too possible for something to go awry. Isn't it? Do you feel like something's maybe going wrong here? I do. So that would have been rook b3, bishop d4. You need a tempo move next, right? Like this rook would have to have a move like here, 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 something. So he plays g3. Well, there's nothing Levon can do. I mean, he's gonna come. He's gonna play c6 here, I think, eventually. But we can look at it a little bit. Why not rook g2? Well, he has to calculate this. That's why. Driven thinks g3 is exclam. Okay. You want to tell us what the heck the point is? Oh, it's to not take the pawn on g2, Driven? Is it to go g3, c6, f3? And then if pawn takes g2, and it's over. It might be exclam. All right. That's great, Driven. If it's exclam, I'm going to feel nice and calm again in a moment. So g3, so that's c6, f3. c7, rook here. Now, white can't allow rook c7. They can't do anything with this situation because rook c7 is going to win the bishop as well as stopping all white's pawns. So you have to play d6 now, and then you take, and black wins. All right, Dariush, exclam it is. Exclam it is, Dariush. Exclam it is. Well done. Putting down the Super GM with the endgame skills. The breakthrough is coming. It's funny, like even against bishop e1, your best move might be g2. F3, right? Sorry, I misspoke. That made it less exciting, but f3. Anyway, now look, I mean, this move seems like it's begging you to switch to this or to just take their stupid pawn. But this might still be the fastest win, right? The point is just that a duo of pawns can't be stopped once they get that far, right? These guys, that was their dream. Could this be the end? Might Dariush get a resignation soon? c6, still playing. He's going to make him play f3. He's going to see if he flags. You never resign when you can feel a lack of confidence off your opponent, by the way, folks. Like, even if it's, like, completely done, if your mind read on your opponent is that they are not completely secure and confident that they can beat you, you do not resign. Right? Until the feeling coming off of them is like, okay, they've relaxed, they've got it, like, they're not sweating anymore. f3 on c7, even f takes g2 is already playable. Yeah, but I think rook c8 is best. Maybe it doesn't make much difference. c7 takes, rook here, and then what do you do? Now you go like here, I guess, yeah. Something's been played, right? c7. There is Zonderbach. I added it to the collection of games, you know. Aggressive rep, you know, illustrative games. Do you know how to find that on your own? There's a direct link if you want. It's the second game. It's got most of my analysis. Some of it got lost when I didn't save it, but I recreated most of it, so it's mostly there. That's private? Huh. Well, let me send it to you after this is done. C7, he played rook c8. D6, he took here. Rook d1. Now, you would think rook f1, right? Dariush, 2 minutes on the clock. Levon's playing this out, by the way, folks. I might be going out on a limb and saying stuff that's wrong. I mean, if you talk for like 100,000 hours in front of people, you'll say things that are wrong. But my read on what's going on here is that normally Levon would have already resigned here against the GM. Even somebody rated 100 points lower than Dariush. If they had like 20 minutes on the clock and like, you know, we're just like calmly playing out the win, Aroni would have resigned a couple moves ago, I think. But because Dariush has been rook f1, bishop f4, because Dariush has not been projecting confidence, you know, he's playing it out to the bitter pawns. And how is he finishing this off? You know, how is he finishing this off? Am I sure white isn't winning? Pretty sure. Dariush is down to a minute, though. Oh, my God. Yeah, he can play h5 here. Yeah. He, like, the read I get is this whole game Dariush is thinking about, like, oh my God, I'm winning, I better not blow it. You know? So now the plan seems to be h5, h4, h3, h2. Yeah, you're going to have to bring this rook back here in a moment. But first you want to play h5 while the king's tied to this rook. So that when the king gets off the c-file, it has to play a move like this. Blocking the rook from pushing d7. So the king can't go this way, right? So it goes this way. Then you play this move. And then, you know, continue with that. Dariush has maybe 9 seconds here. Finally plays h5. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry for the tension. It's hurting me a lot. And I'm sorry if anybody feels like I'm criticizing Dariush in any of this. I'm just giving the most accurate mind reading I can do without being in the room to see the players and read their body language. I'm doing the best I can to guess what they are each thinking, how they're reading each other's minds, etc. I want Dariush to win, you know, and I'm kind of nerve-wracked by how tight this game is turning out. Was there an easier way than what happened with f3 and stuff? G3, f3, c7, rook c8, d6. Let's go back for 1 second. Here, here. This was black's move. Here he took, right? Yeah, I guess otherwise d7's coming. I don't really see anything better he could have done anywhere here in this phase. Why was HT necessary? H5? H5 is necessary because you can't queen this pawn until this pawn comes to H2. It's not a waiting move either. This is the plan. So H5 is the fastest way to queen a pawn. I suppose you could also just go to H1 with the pawn. We don't have to win control of G1. I'm just not used to having the pawn that's next to the doubled pawns go in front of them. I always try to move the doubled pawn first. So here, there's no d7 because of rook takes check, right? So Levon has to play some move to threaten d7, right? Like king to d2 is sort of what I would expect. But there could be something else, like maybe bishop c5. The issue with bishop c5 is it might not really threaten d7, right? Because here, rook check, here, and then like a queen. I can't say for sure what's going on in that sort of situation, right? I guess I could if we analyze some moves out a little bit more. Bishop c5 might do the job. Here's a fantastical variation if you want. Oh, king c2 was played. Man, I thought king d2. King c2, you're not threatening this, are you? So Dariush just played h4. What? Actually, here's an interesting point about bishop c5. h4, d7, now you queen right there, inspired by the Zelda Sama. Right there you queen, after they've played d7. Because if they take here, you take here and you go on a rampage with your queen and your rook, right? You just checkmate by force. I don't need to calculate it. There's always a checkmate. Okay? And if bishop takes, then you take with check, right? King moves wherever it moves, and then you play rook takes d1, covering d8, right? So whether the king moves away and you take, or moves here and it's check, or check, black wins. So bishop c5 was just not good at all here. It wouldn't threaten anything, so h4 would win. Okay, so we dealt with bishop c5, h4, and if d7, g1. So they're not even threatening d7, they're doing nothing. But king d2 makes sense, threatening d7. And there, I was thinking that we would retreat like this to win for black. But you see, the reason we played h5 is because our rook was tying down these pieces, and the king had to come block the rook to even threaten this. And now we're coming. Okay. In the game, he played king c2. What on earth? And Dariush played h4. That seems pretty easy for Dariush. What is Levon doing with the king on c2? Dariush is not normally a time pressure addict, RKZ. He doesn't have any particular time issues. I mean, he's just, yeah. It's not like a normal factor. Bishop c5 played here. Rook f5. Interesting. Was there a threat to stop this? Let's check, shall we? d7. queens. White resigns. Okay, that's easy enough. It wasn't a threat. Just keep pushing the pawn, Dariush. Is there anything there, folks? H3, right? What? This doesn't do anything, does it? Queens. If you take here, check. And black rampages white, right? And if you take here, then check. And black just collects everything. And if you take this rook, then it's simple to take this with check and then take on c7 with your queen or whatever. Rook f5. Bishop takes a7. With seconds left, king g6! And he still won't queen this pawn. Oh my god, I can't take it! King g6! Why isn't he queening? Ooh. What's the king supposed to do? Like, is there even a plan to bring this king over? No. What? Ah! Bishop b8. Now he could maybe go rook f1 again. I don't know. You think he's hiding the king over here? What's going on? Right, bishop b6 or bishop b8 are similar moves. Bishop b6 is probably much better, Foos. Yeah, much better. Because it's still covering g1 and it's covering d8. So in some situation like this, it helps you to play d8. Maybe. Rook f5, just losing a tempo to that, and then the king move. What? Oh my god, Dariush is going to get to, like, commit suicide just like he's been fearing the whole time here. The whole time is just like, if I blow this, I'm going to kill myself. And now he's blowing it. He played h5, h4. That was really good. It looked like he knew what he was doing. Maybe he still knows what he's doing and we just don't see it. But come on, playing with 9 seconds on the clock and 5 minutes on the clock, 5 seconds on the clock and 2 seconds on the clock repeatedly, it does not make us think that you know what you're doing. Come on, Dariush, you gotta win it. You gotta win it. That's right, Friars. It's exactly that, Friars. Yeah, bishop b6. Levon took more time on that move because he really, like, for the first time in a long time, he feels like, okay, maybe he's back in the game. Now the rook comes here. What is the king doing? Like, what's the purpose of the king? Boom, rook d2. Wait, he's got h3. His pawn's close enough. That doesn't do anything. Does it? Sophie wins. Yes! Can we explore why rook f5? We cannot, Rogues. There's no... We don't have enough time on the clock to do it, and there's no reason for it. It's just terrible, you know? It's just... Like, any analysis of rook f5 will just lead to why did he play it. Like, you're never going to understand the why. You're just going to keep exploring the why. Oh... I'm getting a headache from this game. What is going on with this king? Why doesn't he play h3? What is going on? Am I sure the live board is correct? No. I have no confidence. If h3, rook d3, right? Who cares? Just queen your pawn, dude! Ah! I mean, it's good you're calculating, which I'm no longer doing. So you're definitely ahead of me, Huberman. I've completely lost my everything, and your brain is still working. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess you get to move the king in extra time, but there's no stopping this. Right? There's no stopping. This pawn's headed to the city of Compton. Oh god, rook d2. He doesn't defend it. He plays king f5. Levon takes it. Maybe I'm doing the worst commentary ever, and there's obvious reasons for all these moves. King here. I guess he's got the pawns blockaded. I still think he's gonna win. It's just I'm just being driven crazy. Nice move. Nice move. Nice move. That's it for him. You got him. Come on, Dariush. You did it. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. You're the greatest ever. And you see Aronian still playing. That's how much confidence he has in Dariush right now. Still playing. Still playing. Do you know what to do? Logical is rook f5, cutting off the king. Then he's going to come here. He's still not resigning. Because he's got no confidence in our boy. Rook c3 is really good technique here, by the way. Right? Oh, rook c3, king f4. h3, rook g3. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right. I mean, you can just check on the 4th rank and play king f5. That'll do it. Check here, here, right? Then check and here. Alright, he's played that way. Rook check. Should be fine. I'm exhausted. Are they exhausted? I'm exhausted. Here, here. Levon. Never gonna give you up. Still going. King g2, king g4 coming. Never gonna give you up. One minute for Dariush. Can I imagine if he stalemates? No, B-Pal, I will die right before it happens. That's right, Hardabuna. If you didn't have a rook pawn, you could win this position with check here, takes here, and then king here and here. It's easier to show you guys where I2 is with a physical board than with the digital board. This would win for any other pawn, right? Because you'd be flanking that king, coming around and queening it. It doesn't matter. It's really easy to win this with what he's got. He's played king g4, king h1, not h3, rook d4. Rook a1. H3. Good. H3, H2, king here, checkmate. Still not resigning. It's like inconceivable, right? Right? For anybody who watches a lot of Super GM games, it's like inconceivable, right? That he's still going. Wow. Wow. King f3? That's not the typical square. I mean, you'd think at least you'd put your rook on the e file if this were your winning plan, but okay. Levon continues to be like, how am I losing to this guy? Levon's just in hell, folks. He's like, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe we've played another 40 moves here, and the guy hasn't made me resign yet. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you guys know that feeling? When, there's no way for you to not lose the game because the position is, so bad, but, your opponent's playing so badly that you can't believe there was any physical way for you to lose to a player that bad? Yeah, everybody experienced must have had that feeling at least one point in their life, right? You played a game, and at some point you were down so much material, or your king was on c2 and you were black, right? And there was no saving the game, and then your opponent starts missing mate in ones and stuff, and you're like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Schwiert's down to 5 seconds again on the clock. 5 seconds. Right? Your opponent's missing mate in one, missing mate in one. They run their clock down to 1 second, but then they play a move and get some increment, and you're like, I'm eventually gonna lose to this person? He's finally building a bridge. The sideways bridge. This is not quite the Lucena position. Oh. Oh. Dariush, if you ever see this, I know you're going to want to kill me, but understand the only reason I lost it like this is because I like you so much and wanted you to win so much. That's the only reason. That's the only reason that I've completely lost my mind like this. Levon has resigned. Levon has resigned. And I don't have any gas left in the tank to celebrate. Dariush pulled it out. That's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's a sensational result. He's playing great in this tournament. Honestly, this game he just won might be his worst game yet for the last 20 or 30 moves. Like, the pressure of beating Levon, it was almost like something he wasn't ready for or something. It was like he really just freaked out. But look, I mean, Dariush is having a great tournament now, right? 3 out of 3 against like 2,700 players largely. I mean, he's doing quite well here. Ray's doing great. Fabi's doing great. Let me try and like look at the standings for 1 second and tell you like clearly everybody who's doing well or not well. Fabi with 4.5 at +3, and there are 3 people a point behind him at +1. 2 pluses behind him. They are Ray Robson, a Wonder Liang, and Samuel Sevian. Those 4 players are all doing well. I imagine Sevian was hoping for more against Xiong today. But for a Wonder and Ray, they're doing great. They're really doing great. Fabi's playing well enough that they may not be thinking about... They may need some help to win the tournament. But they're really doing well so far. Ray with 1 million blacks against... Ray has played 4 black out of 6 games, folks. 4 blacks out of 6 games. Then we've got Wesley So and Lanier Dominguez with scores of 3 out of 3. Nothing to be very happy about. Lenderman 3 out of 3 is solid. Schwiertz 3 out of 3 is solid. Xiong 3 out of 3 is okay. 3 out of 3 for Chris Yu is good. 3 out of 3 for Sam is a small disappointment. And then it's Neiman and Aronian who could maybe be the most disappointed here. Neiman with 2.5 out of 6 after a second loss, and Aronian with 2 out of 6 after a second loss. Winless in 6 games. And, yeah. Feels bad. So let me call up. The 2 Lees are still playing, Megan Lee and Alice Lee. But let's call up one of their games. Let's get into this. Jennifer Yu has 2 rooks. Alice Lee's got queen and knight against rook. That's generally winning. The danger is, white like trading 2 rooks for the queen and drawing against the last pawn. It's not easy for knight and 1 pawn to beat king and 2 pawns always. Not always easy. It would depend whose king got to the king side first. The last move was rook c5. So rook takes here would have been losing, I guess. Don't immediately see why. Rook c7, you would take twice and take on h2, so black would win. So rook c5, king b6. That's where that one's at. Jennifer's living on the increment. She's got some seconds, and Alice has 7 minutes. to bring this one home. Alice has been playing long games. She's putting in work at this tournament. And let's bring her up onto the main board here. Rook A1 played. Not exactly sure what that's for. Let me get some shine off of the corner here. Clean that up just a little bit. Didn't quite do it, but hopefully it's good enough. Oh, sorry, I left off the queenside pawn when I was setting up, and didn't need to set up the one on H2. It's gone. Rook here, threatening perpetual check. Does Queen D3 stop that? Then King A4, re-threatening it. Queen D1, King A3. Queen E2, King A4, Queen A2 mate. So I think Alice can hold this situation off here. Yeah. Yeah, we can go back and find it. It feels like you would lose the knight to a fork, but we have to find it. Jennifer has 4 wins and a loss and no draws? Are you serious? You're right. Oh my goodness. That's pretty exciting. So she's actually half a point of Alice ahead of Alice Lee at this point, because Alice has got 2 wins and 3 draws, right? So Jennifer actually went into this round in the lead in the tournament. But it looks like she's going to lose this one. And that'll bring Alice Lee up into a tie for first place with Irina Krush, I think, who also won today. Jesus, do you want to see the final position of Irina Krush's game today? Just for a second. Okay. It's absolutely foul. Absolutely foul. 3 protected pass pawns reaching all the way into E6, F7. And then the unopposed dark squared bishop. Checkmate on the dark squares. That is foul. Oh, and played out to actually checkmate. The pawns are coming in. The queen threatens queen G7 mate. Oh, it threatened 2 checkmates. Sorry about the dark squares. Sorry, that's disgusting. All right, back to this. Queen D1 played. Makes sense to me. Should we go find the fork? It's a good little exercise for us. Let's go find the fork. Let's go back here. Queen was here at this point, right? Or in fact, I think the king was still on B7. Rook takes knight, right? Check. If king A4, queen D7. If king to the second rank, queen E2. Picking up the rook in either case. Rook C3. And the rook is no longer on D1. Alright, I'll let you guys visualize it again. It's a good exercise. So you're right here. Visualize it as black. Imagine white takes the knight on G4. Can you find the tactic? Can you see your way through the dance of queen checks? I find it really hard to calculate long variations of queen checks on open boards. For me, those are challenging. So this one's only like a couple moves long. I kind of gave it to you, but have a practice visualizing it. Yeah, if you go queen E6, this rook can come back to C4, right? So before playing this move, which she did play. It's interesting she didn't go for knight d3, right? She might have been afraid of rook c7, takes, and now the knight's not taking one of these pawns. The king gets a tempo on the knight, runs over to the king side first. That's quite likely a draw. And because she was being careful and aware that she might draw with the knight and pawn, she made the effort to calculate this, where on rook c7, takes, h2 is hanging. So everybody had a chance to look at this. Rook here. Queen d3. You're stuck on king a4. Pumpkin the cat, queen d7 there. Rook g4, queen d3, king a4, queen to d7. If king a2, then queen to e2. Still going after the same rook. Because if you go queen d2, the king can come back to b1 and defend the rook. Because this king's close enough to that rook to cover it. All right. Everybody who wanted to do the exercise has probably done it now. Good work. So let's go to the game. Rook c5 was played. King b6 was played. Rook a1 was played. The knight took the pawn bravely. Rook here, threatening this perpetual. And now she played queen d1 check. King a3. Queen e2 stopping that. Rook e5 hitting the queen. Queen c4, rook e c5. And again, if you check this king, it goes here. I have to check it here. It goes here. And then you have to go here to stop this. But now we know white's just going to play this again, which has already happened once. So here, she needs something a little bit different. She goes to e4. What? What? She can't do that. It's a draw. Wait, she just blundered. Oh my god. I was certain that she was going to win this game. Oh my gosh, she blundered this. I'm sure her head is like in her hands right now. Just like, oh my goodness. Like she's just, how did it? Oh. Check, 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 check. Draw. And that is a big deal. Because now Jennifer Yu is tied for first with Irina Krush instead of Alice Lee. I was already counting those points for Alice Lee. Oh my god, Black won 4 games in this section as well today. Alice should have been the 5th. You know, in the overall U.S. championships, it was 3 wins for Black today. No wins for White. Here it's 4 wins for Black and 1 win for White. Should have been 5. Oh, really, Hardabuna? Had she already blundered it and there was no way to get out of this? At this point already? That's surprising. In that case, she didn't have time to scarf the pawn on h2, right? But surely at this point she was winning, right? Was it like rook a1 and she scarfed the pawn? I mean, if she brought her knight to one of these squares, right? It would have been over. Like 100%. You know, but she scarfed this pawn, which was a little bit risky, I agree. Like, letting white set this up, it's not obvious how you beat it. And apparently, you can't even beat it. But 93 or 95 is winning here. And they've agreed to a draw. You're saying rook a1 was the blunder? Right here, rook a1 was a blunder? I mean, white doesn't have a good move at this point, do they? You're saying here rook a1's a blunder? Or her answer to rook a1 was a blunder? Right, rook a1, black is winning, but before rook a1, black is also winning. The path to winning is somewhat narrow, Dripman, I agree. It's like there are several only moves, but I don't think they're actually that hard to find. Nope, draw. No way. White's drawing right here, Hardabuna? When the rook was on c4, rook c7 was enough to draw. Even here, huh? At the very beginning where I said it was like clever to like go after this. But you're saying here this was already a draw? Like some position like this? Or h4 maybe? Yeah, I figured this would be a close call. Oh, because you can't even bring your king over. You have to stay with this pawn. Yeah, of course. There's no way to win it. No. I understand it, Hardabuna. I was thinking it mattered like which king gets over first. And in which position. But because of this pawn here, I guess there's this move is key. And now if we go king c4, knight f5, king d5, knight g3, king e6, that's enough. That's enough to draw. We don't even need to save the g-pawn, right? And there's no save in it. Yeah. Okay, it's actually a pretty trivial draw. White should have just been looking for rook c7. White should have just been looking for rook c7. Oof. You know, I was looking at Everback yesterday, Dripman, briefly, because I took a bus somewhere, which I haven't done very much since the pandemic. But I was just looking at Averbach yesterday. That's one of the cool things about getting around by public transit. You've got time to sit around and think about things or read books and stuff. You know, when everything's like so efficient and fast, then you never have time to stop and think. If you're never waiting around. All right. Well, that's our show for today, everybody. That's it. The U.S. Championships. Round 6 is done. Fabiano impressed today. Ray Robson impressed today. Irina Krush had a lot of fun today. Jennifer Yu holds off a dangerous challenge from young Alice Lee, who I think is more or less the youngest player in the U.S. Women's Championships, along with Ruiyang Yan. I don't know exactly who's younger, but Ruiyang won today, by the way, I think, and is up to an equal score. And, a big important win today for Sophie. Getting out of the bottom of the table, getting your first win in a tournament, always very important, and you can take it from there. But Irina Krush and Jennifer Yu tied for first, half a point ahead of Alice Lee and Megan Lee. The two Lees who've both been playing very well so far this tournament. And in the U.S. Championships, Fabi's a full point ahead of a Wonder and Ray and Sam Sevian. No, I figured it out why Hardabuna. No problem. We'll be back tomorrow with round 7. Take care, and if you're feeling like me, rest up. If you're a parent, you won't get the chance to. Sorry to break it to you. I will not rest up, and I will be back and see you all tomorrow. Oh, I guess we could send a raid, since we actually made it all the way to the end. I'm guessing that St. Louis Chess Club is wrapping up, so I should raid maybe somewhere else, right? Happy birthday to Bick. Let's do it. I gotta run and pick up the kids, so please wish him happy birthday from me. All right. Yeah, cheers everybody. Till tomorrow.